Chapter 1828. The scene in front of her changed. Bai Ningbing focused and looked around, thinking, this is 5 Xiang's grotto heaven? Just as she thought about it, an indescribable information was transmitted to her mind. She understood the 5 Xiang's arrangement. So this public grotto heaven was created by the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's donating a portion of their immortal apertures. The entire grotto heaven is divided into 5 parts. The regions cannot move between them, only the mountain range at the center is unique. Heaven form is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as Gu immortals are acknowledged by the gatehouse and teleported here, they will have the qualifications to try and obtain the treasure. Furthermore, along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's arranged here in the past. If you have enough strength, you can take them for your own use, but I suggest that you do not dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Yuan. She hesitated for a moment before informing Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan looked ahead and waved his hand nonchalantly. I already got this information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded and did not say anything else. In the previous life, Feng Yuan went through many obstacles in front of the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face exposed and he was pushed out, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move, successfully disguising himself and entering 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. After entering 5 Xiang's grotto heaven, the information about the 5 Xiang's arrangement did not enter his mind. It was only after Bai Ningbing informed him that he understood the existence of this layer. But in this life, after Feng Yuan's modifications and deductions, the immortal killer move that he created could not only be used on himself, it could also be used to deceive others. Now that he stepped into this 5 Xiang's grotto heaven, information was transmitted to his mind, explaining the arrangements of the 5 Xiang's. Let's go to the peak at the center. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved together. In the previous life, he was in a hurry because Qi Clan's Gu immortals had also entered 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Feng Yuan had to compete with them for heaven form. In this life, Feng Yuan directly made a move and kicked out his biggest competitor. The whole of 5 Xiang's grotto heaven was on his side. Although the situation was not tense at all, it was very leisurely. They could collect resources along the way and slowly conquer the dungeon. But Feng Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, there was an immortal Gu house that contained heaven form killer move. Even though it was crude, it contained the 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. If he controlled this immortal Gu house first, it would be very useful for moving resources in the future. On the way, Bai Ningbing was surprised to find that there were a lot of resource points in the 5 elements grotto heaven. Ice mirror snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1,000-year profound ice, moon water, heaven-made divine jade, jade frost antelope. Although there aren't any large or super resource points, they are all small or medium-sized ones. However, these resources are very dense, and the reserves are very rich. That's right, this place only opens once every 100 years. Naturally, a lot of resources have been accumulated here. Bai Ningbing was envious. Undeniably, these resources would enter Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained it herself, she would be able to greatly supplement her foundation, and her assets would multiply several times. She would instantly become rich. But for Feng Yuan to obtain it, it was just the icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Feng and Bai arrived at the central mountain range without any problems. In the previous life, Qi Clan's Gu immortals created a beast tide and lured immemorial desolate beasts to obstruct Feng and Bai, obstructing them and causing trouble for them. But now, these Qi Clan Gu immortals were all captives. They were trapped in myriad-year flying warship and could not even look after themselves. The immortal Gu House Palace at the peak of the mountain range was nothing special. Feng Yuan had already lost interest in it. There were already many Gu immortals standing in front of the palace. They were all Feng Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before Feng Yuan. After greeting Feng Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Feng Yuan looked around. He did not find anything unexpected. He nodded slightly and led the immortals into the palace. Heaven form was at the center of the palace. It was shaped like a single-legged crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Its long beak was red in color. Right now, the crane's neck was lowered, its wings were folded and its eyes were shut. It seemed to be sleeping. Rank 9 aura? Bing Yuan and the rest breathed in deeply. Their gazes were filled with surprise and joy. Fang Yuan led the immortals and sat around the heaven form flying crane, injecting their wills into it. The gatehouse was the test of the 5 xiangs. They could not add any methods to this heaven form killer move. Thus, anyone could inject their wills into it. All sorts of wills went in. The moment they entered, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information was transmitted to them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable explained, he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to capture it, but he found that heaven form was very profound. Even someone as strong as him could not refine it. Thus, he designed heaven form and set up this half-inheritance, leaving it to a fated person. After the 5 xiangs found this inheritance, none of them were willing to give in. Thus, there was the bet of the 5 xiangs that lasted for 1,000 years. The immortals understood the ins and outs. They were shocked and sighed. Fang Yuan had already experienced it in his previous life. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations, but he had a new connection to the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer moves, like Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment, Heaven Form, and others, once activated, they can last forever and will not break apart. In my previous life, I thought this was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style, but after the battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I found that all Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables have such methods. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was like this, and even Limitless Demon Venerable was like this. These killer moves and methods all have vast power. They can last forever. Normally, they are calm and unaffected, but once they erupt, their power will be earth-shattering. If 1 or 2 venerables have such methods, it can only mean that it is their specialty. But if almost all venerables are like this, then it is not a matter of path or person, it is attainment level. Every venerable had the attainment level of Supreme Grandmaster. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. That means, Master Attainment level produces intuition. Grandmaster Attainment level produces comprehension by analogy. Great Grandmaster Attainment level uses the Tao marks of nature. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level allows killer moves to last forever and operate on their own. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Even though he was guessing, he felt that his guess was not far off. Even though the true inheritances he obtained did not have any description of this, Fang Yuan himself had 2 paths that were at quasi-supreme level. He had the ability to peer into the scenery of Supreme Grandmasters. Several hours later, Fang Yuan successfully took down the final providence of heaven form. In the previous life, this providence lump had used the tactic of feigning weakness to numb Qi Clan's Gu immortals, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Fang Yuan reaped the benefits. In this life, Fang Yuan commanded even more wills to completely destroy this stubborn providence lump. There were no mishaps during the entire process. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was worried that Bai Ning Bing would betray him. But now, he had even more subordinates, and these variant human Gu immortals were extremely loyal to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's leadership talent, his political skills, as well as his charisma and grand might that he had created by defeating the celestial court time and time again. He did not use any enslavement path killer moves. The variant human Gu immortals were obedient. Shadow Sex immortals also did not dare to go against Fang Yuan. But even though he refined heaven form and destroyed all of the remnants of providence, heaven form still had a large number of Gu immortal wills that were stiff like rocks. These wills were the accumulation of over 1,000 years, the wills of the 5 xiangs and their descendants. If he did not get rid of these wills, Fang Yuan would not be able to truly activate heaven form. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared. He modified several killer moves, especially the move that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It would become Fang Yuan's main method. In the previous life, when I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, it had great effects. This time, with this killer move, I will be able to control heaven form very quickly. Fang Yuan took away heaven form but did not take away the Immortal Gu House. He assigned several Gu immortals to control the Immortal Gu House and move the resources inside. 5 Xiang's grotto heaven had once annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, so it did not have any calamities or tribulations, but it was not something Feng Yuan could annex. After Feng Yuan made the arrangements, he led a group of people out of the grotto heaven, heading towards Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Inside Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, there was still a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu immortal guarding it. But even First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu immortal was dumbfounded. He obediently let Feng Yuan in. After Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw Feng Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had any hope. They had pale expressions. In the previous life, when Feng Yuan sent by Ning Bing to attack Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, they were even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, the heavenly spirit in Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven had not woken up. It was still in slumber. Lord Feng Yuan, how do you want us to move the resources here? The variant human Gu immortal asked. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Someone said anxiously, "We are willing to defend this place for Lord Feng Yuan." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "No need, watch me devour it." His Qi Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired myriad year flying warship and entered the River of Time to hunt immemorial year beasts. During the long process of searching, he explored dream realms inside the warship, leaving the task to his subordinates. Only when it was time to fight would he wait for an opportunity to strike. Thus, he saved a lot of time and successfully explored dream realms again and again. Feng Yuan's attainment level of all paths rose, especially Qi Path. It reached Great Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he had the qualifications to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. During the annexation process, Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was awakened, but Feng Yuan was already prepared. He suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded Qi Clan's descendants for being unfilial. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They were filled with despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Feng Yuan, fusing into the sovereign immortal aperture. A vast amount of Qi Path resources could not be calculated yet. The biggest gain was unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Si Grotto Heaven's greatest trump card. It was used to resist the calamities and tribulations. Unlimited Qi Si contained rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi, and others, as well as countless immortal material Qi currents like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others. There were also special Qi currents like Divine Qi and Luck Qi. There were all kinds of them. In the previous life, Feng Yuan dismantled this move, but now that he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he had a deep foundation. He did not want to dismantle it. What was worth mentioning was that Qi Si Grotto Heaven gave Feng Yuan 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chapter 1829. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. In front of him, there was a young deer floating in the air. The young deer obediently lowered its head in front of Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone, stretching out its pink tongue as it licked the Dragon Man clone's palm. "Master." The young deer spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary deer. It was Qi Si heavenly spirit formed from Qi Xiang's obsession from back then combined with Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly power. Qi Si heavenly spirit was like a young deer. It was snow white and had large eyes that shone with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. However, on the right side of the deer's body, there was a terrifying wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. The wound extended all the way to its abdomen. There were dense Dao marks left behind. The Dragon Man clone sighed. "Your injury is very severe. My methods are probably not enough." This was an injury that the young deer suffered when it used unlimited Qi Si killer move during Qi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ning Bing attacked Qi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit fell into a deep slumber because of this injury. It woke up later. The young deer was a heavenly spirit. It was a very special existence. It was a combination of obsession and the power of heaven and earth. To heal the young deer, Wisdom Path was clearly one of the best methods. However, even after Feng Yuan tried, there were no results. Feng Yuan's refinement path methods were even more powerful. but he did not dare to use them casually. It was not that he could not do anything to a wound, but even though these methods were powerful, they were not meticulous, they were very harmful to the heavenly spirit deer. If he continued to heal it, Qi-Si heavenly spirit might even be destroyed. If healing ended up killing Qi-Si heavenly spirit, why would Feng Yuan spend so much effort to heal it? For now, Feng Yuan could not do anything about the young deer's injury. But this heavenly spirit was very optimistic, it was very happy. Because even after Qi-Si Grotto Heaven was annexed, it still existed and was not destroyed. All life forms had survival instincts. Land spirits were the same, they tended to recognize masters and protect the blessed land as well as themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to fulfill the conditions of recognizing a master before they would obey. Or he could use methods like blood light spirit suppression. Feng Yuan pondered about the mysteries behind the existence of the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. There were so many mysteries in the Gu world, the more Feng Yuan interacted with them, the less he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals devour apertures, even if they have a land spirit, the land spirit would vanish after the absorption. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule, there had to be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, the Shadow Sect did not have any records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had some reservations. The contents of Shadow Sect's true inheritances were not everything that he knew. Or perhaps, the sovereign immortal aperture's transformation was unexpected even to Spectral Soul. Even Feng Yuan, who had such high refinement path attainment, could only refer to Gu recipes to understand the foreign immortal Gu that he refined. He did not have a complete understanding of it. Especially when refining an unprecedented new immortal Gu, when trying to use this immortal Gu, the Gu immortal would often have new discoveries. Right now, there were many land spirits and heavenly spirits in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Land spirits were the most numerous. The first to enter was the land spirit of Langya. It was very special, it was formed from two obsessions. There were also spirit snakes, star cores, black dogs, there were all sorts of them, along with the annexed immortal apertures, they were scattered around the sovereign immortal aperture. They were good helpers for Feng Yuan to manage the sovereign immortal aperture, they were in charge of their own areas. Feng Yuan did not exterminate these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time, he planned to find out the mysteries behind the existence of these heavenly spirits and land spirits in the future. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Qi-Si heavenly spirit. After annexing Qi-Si Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. This brought some obvious changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. All sorts of auras grew and spread. The most obvious change was in Mini White Heaven. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading rapidly. The other 8 mini heavens were the same, they had their own clouds. These clouds were still just thin mist, and had yet to grow into any kind of cloud soil of various colors. But this was just the beginning. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, in the following period of time, Qi currents would appear in every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. These auras were of all sorts, they were categorized and mostly mortal Gu materials. However, after a few days, there would be too many mortal-grade Qi flows that would produce immortal material Qi flows. After a long period of time, some of these immortal material Qi currents would stabilize and form close connections with their surroundings. These were the initial miniature resource points. If they developed well, these miniature resource points would rise to become small, medium, or even large. Of course, if no one interfered, the sovereign immortal aperture would have a small chance of producing a large resource point naturally. It was almost negligible. All of this was the influence of over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks. These Qi Path Dao marks were the accumulation of Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. Now that Qi-Si Grotto Heaven was annexed by Feng Yuan, these Qi Path Dao marks spread out and were evenly distributed in the Mini 5 regions and the Mini 9 heavens. Every time an immortal aperture was annexed, Dao marks would be added and the environment of the immortal aperture would change. For example, in Feng Yuan's previous life, he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The increase in transformation path Dao marks would make the entire sovereign immortal aperture's species more abundant. For example, Some ordinary foxes in Fang Yuan's Kokidahara would have a higher chance of mutating into red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or even mutated beasts like autumn water foxes and flowing light foxes, and after annexing Xiacha Grotto Heaven, the increase in time path Dao marks would make the tributary of the river of time wider. The upper and lower limits of time that Fang Yuan could adjust would be many times wider. Thus, it was not good for Gu immortals to annex immortal apertures, because the increase in Dao marks would cause a huge change in the environment of the immortal aperture. Without wisdom path methods, Gu immortals would not be able to adjust the environment. The immortal aperture that they had meticulously developed would suffer huge losses. They might even become penniless. The ecology of the immortal aperture would be affected by a slight change. In the food chain, the extinction of a small blade of grass could very well spread to countless lives. Not to mention the huge change in the environment after annexing the immortal aperture. The reason why Fang Yuan had been benefiting was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. It weakened the influence. Most Gu immortals' immortal apertures were very small compared to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was like the same volume of water being poured into a bottle and a wine jar. The bottle would be filled up while the wine jar would only have a thin layer of water at the bottom. Other than that, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment level and the corresponding path attainment level allowed him to deal with all changes easily. Forget about annexing Xiacha's immortal aperture. But after annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, I gained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The changes in the sovereign immortal aperture are much more obvious. Xiacha had not gone through 1 myriad tribulation, so she only had about 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and gained more than 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was because Beast Calamity Immortal died after the first myriad tribulation. The remaining Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had not faced the second myriad tribulation yet. Qi Xiang was quite strong back then. Back then, the 5 Xiangs dominated the 2 heavens. They were famous in the 5 regions and were unparalleled. After Qi Xiang passed away, Qi Si Grotto Heaven remained. It did not devour the immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It suffered from calamities and tribulations. Suffering created wealth. After 1,000 years, Qi Si Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each myriad tribulation would gain at least 100,000 Dao marks. Together with Qi Xiang's accumulation, it had over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. This was an astonishing achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would feel uneasy. They could not survive them. But Qi Si Grotto Heaven reached its current state step by step. It mainly relied on the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The land spirit controlled this move and had enough rank 8 immortal essence. It helped Qi Si Grotto Heaven overcome danger time and time again. Of course, this move is exquisite. Not only does it expend immortal essence, it also expends all sorts of Qi currents. The expenditure of Qi currents can reduce the expenditure of immortal essence on one hand, and also increase the power of this move. In these 1,000 years, Qi Clan's Gu immortals have been helping to collect these Qi currents. In comparison, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a youngster. Even though Langya Blessed Land had a longer history, it was a Grotto Heaven that purposely fell into a blessed land. It did not face myriad tribulations. The highest tribulation it faced was only a grand tribulation. Thus, it obtained very few Dao marks. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land also used a killer move to influence the contents of the tribulations. It intentionally added a lot of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks fused with refinement path Dao marks to create refinement water. Langya Blessed Land lost countless refinement path and water path Dao marks to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If I did not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, with young dear heavenly spirits' injuries, it would not be able to hold on. The next few myriad tribulations are likely to destroy this Grotto Heaven. Thus, the land spirit Langya's choice was not wrong. If Langya Blessed Land remained at Grotto Heaven level, even if it obtained dozens of times more refinement path Dao marks, it would not be able to hold on until now. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he adjusted himself and tried to fully digest Qi Si Grotto Heaven. On the other hand, he started to practice Qi Path killer moves. Originally, Fang Yuan had only tried Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks. He had already given up. Now, his focus was on all sorts of Qi Path killer moves, especially Unlimited Qi Si. Unlimited Qi Si's power was extremely powerful. It could help Qi Si Grotto Heaven resist the grand tribulations time and time again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Qi Path foundation was insufficient. He did not have enough time and resources, thus, he split up Unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, Fang Yuan was a Qi Path Great Grandmaster. He annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven and carried Unlimited Qi Si with him. The time flow in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much faster than in the previous life. This gave Fang Yuan more opportunities to practice killer moves. Fang Yuan's Qi Path foundation soared to the sky. When it turned into battle strength, he would advance at a tremendous speed. If my Qi Path battle strength succeeds, it will surpass Time Path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, hee, this is no joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to forcefully take this immortal Gu house under the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. Chapter 1830. What? Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan was practicing a Qi Path killer move. Several immortal Gu flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal Gu that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral Qi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these Gu worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan managed to salvage the situation. The killer move was finally prepared and activated. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of gray-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragon Man clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the grayish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks from Fang Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Fang Yuan then tested it. This shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat Killer Move. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a Gu immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Fang Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal Gu. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank? Fang Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Fang Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Langya and his own experience that every venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just limitless demon venerable alone had Gu immortal level Dao marks when he was still a Gu master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a venerable? Fang Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other venerables? When they first became venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Fang Yuan smiled. The possibility of this was close to zero. There were no invincible Gu worms in this world, only invincible Gu immortals. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Fang Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone. No matter how talented they were, they would be shrouded in their shadows. They would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one. Unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones. The large and small cheer referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal venerable had such a Qi path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like Qi path Dao marks would be continuously cut. The losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Fang Yuan's previous Qi path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant, it was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Fang Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the shadow sex plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of red lotus demon venerable. Giant sun immortal, thieving heaven demon venerable, Genesis lotus immortal venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Fang Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant. He was not arrogant. He respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life. They passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the legends of Ren Zhuch. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi Path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested heavenly astral cloth robe. He flew away and communicated with jewel yellow skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material chi currents from jewel yellow skies. Many chi path killer moves needed to use these immortal material chi currents. For example, heavenly astral cloth robe earlier used a large amount of astral chi. It was not strange to use Dao marks in immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu Immortals gradually chose to use Gu Worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu Worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path Gu materials had the best mobility, they were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had abundant resources now, he had ample funds, he continued to collect Chi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. He did not extort immortal material chi currents from the southern border Gu Immortals. He needed to keep his Chi Path battle strength a secret for now. Profound Yin Chi, Minor Yang Chi, Astral Chi, Tyranny Chi. I will buy them all. Blood Chi? The Dragon Man clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it. Thus, in jewel yellow skies, Blood Path Gu materials were quite popular. These blood chi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other chi currents, Fang Yuan would not want them. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But blood chi was different. This chi current not only contained Chi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. When mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What? There is no blood chi. Gue Fangjing communicated with jewel yellow skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The Gu Immortals that was selling blood chi in jewel yellow skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a Gu Immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire jewel yellow skies market. He bought all the Chi Path immortal materials. You should know that these blood chi can be stacked together, that is why it is like this now. Gue Fangjing was dumbfounded. Sweeping through the entire jewel yellow skies market and buying all the Chi Path immortal materials in the market, how deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Gue Fangjing had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a Gu immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire super force. Gue Fangjing muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any blood chi in the market. But Gue Fangjing cultivated blood path. He needed blood chi. After his divine sense left jewel yellow skies, Gue Fangjing thought, do I need to ask the sect for blood chi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. Chapter 1831. One blood chi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts and using blood path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and blood chi. Precisely because blood path was so easy to obtain, blood path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the righteous path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fangjing might ask the sect for help. But this was just blood chi. Fangjing did not need much of it. To Fangjing, obtaining the blood chi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fangjing told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special, he could not leave Fei He Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fang Zheng a mission. Perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest. Go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fang Zheng's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fang Zheng was no longer a young lad. He had gone through many hardships in Langya Blessed Land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Golden Mountain Bull. He first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal goo house with 9 floors. It was located at a remote part of Fei He Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog. There was lush greenery. Fang Zheng rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated blood path, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past. Becoming a disciple of Master Tenchiru, he was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Langya Blessed Land, he participated in the 3 Continents War and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed. He was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate. He was favored by the Celestial Court and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Fang Zheng could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these 2 wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fang Zheng rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the White Crane Information Tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fang Zheng could not help but sigh internally. This flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the Crane Gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only SS. The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fang Zheng landed on the ground in front of the White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fang Zheng sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White Crane Information Tower's door opened by itself, and Fang Zheng entered. Every floor of the information tower had large numbers of information path mortal goo. If Fang Zheng wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The information tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the information tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The information tower was a one-sided immortal goo house. Like the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete immortal goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of 2 desolate beast white cranes. Fang Zheng's information path foundation was lacking. He could not see the profundity of the information tower. But he could guess that the information tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fang Zheng was a supreme elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special. He was ostracized. In the past, Fang Zheng was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fang Yuan's situation back on Qing Mao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fang Zheng thought. If it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way. It would be disgraceful. But Fang Zheng had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men, he understood them better. If it were other Gu immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fang Jing a unique perspective. And the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain. I like the righteousness of celestial court. Fang Zheng smiled bitterly. He started to search for information. Desolate beast golden mountain bowl. This is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path mortal Gu. His divine sense entered. Immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The golden mountain bowl was as large as a mountain. Only females like to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fang Jing smiled. He continued to see, among the entire body of the golden mountain bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years, they were tough and curved, they continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the golden mountain bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The golden mountain bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the golden mountain bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fang Jing's eyes moved. He muttered, "This reproduction method is similar to the rockmen." Fang Jing continued to browse. After the golden mountain bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding nonstop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the golden mountain bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fang Jing sighed. The golden mountain bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them, they would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves, it was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die, only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fang Jing had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the golden mountain bulls according to their habits. Didn't golden mountain bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fang Zheng was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the golden mountain bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fang Zheng had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fang Zheng arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley, and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the golden mountain bull's range of activity. When the golden mountain bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The golden mountain ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful golden mountain bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fang Zheng saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the golden mountain bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the golden mountain bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fang Zheng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working. But he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the golden mountain bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking, the surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fang Zheng enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled golden mountain ox. After fighting for a while, Fang Zheng saw that the golden mountain bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the golden mountain bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fang Zheng was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fang Zheng came here to capture the golden mountain bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fang Zheng left the cave. The golden mountain bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fang Zheng used blood turning cold to freeze the golden mountain bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this golden mountain bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the golden mountain bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the golden mountain bull's body. This is? Fang Zheng was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine lights. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fang Zheng, smiling at Fang Zheng. Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken. Chapter 1832. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fang Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi. The 3 Gu immortals beside him turned pale with fright. They could not dodge in time. Their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 Gu immortals fell to the ground. They had no signs of life. Fang Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left in the sovereign immortal aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I've finally passed the final scene. How difficult! If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the Sword Dao. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference and interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed 3 Gu immortal enemies. He had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan examined it and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time, it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Dao dreamland. Fang Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fang Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful! Fang Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fang Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. This Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might, "Where is the healing Gu master?" No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. "I'll dodge." Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. "Clan leader, be careful." The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movements slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized, the Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, but the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing Gu master with me, and there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this. Because he had too little time to react, he could not inspect his Gu worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Fang Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop. He died again. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture? I don't even know what Gu worms I have. How can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what Gu worms he had. Guess? That was not realistic. Fang Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous two explorations, this time, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream. "Clan leader, be careful." The Gu master beside him shouted. Plop. Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell to the ground. "Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader clearly has Justice Gu. How can he be defeated so easily?" The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream, it only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence. It pointed out that I have Justice Gu. Then I will use it. Fang Yuan explored for the fifth time. At the crucial moment, he activated Justice Gu. "Clan leader, be careful." The traitor shouted. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice Gu. Piercing white light shot out of Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's speed recovered to normal. He successfully dodged the fatal blow. Success. Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield. He raised his head and looked around. This was a village. But there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim. He was the invader. His force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle, and I am the clan leader. I can win just by commanding the Gu masters around me. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level, he had many mortal Gu, there were 5 to 6 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu, Justice Gu. Fang Yuan understood immediately. He smiled. With these Gu worms, I can settle everything myself. Be it commanding or acting rashly, obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan leader. At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Fang Yuan sneered, "Good traitor, I will kill you first." He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan leader, what are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead. He was killed by the clan leader. I knew it. Qin clan wants to attack our Shan clans. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked. After he killed the traitor, almost half of the Gu masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos. A three-way battle ensued. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. I have rank 5 Justice Gu. I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fang Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere, blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fang Yuan have another guess. It seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the dream realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fang Yuan had this thought as he entered the dream realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He took the lead, using Justice Gu and other killer moves. He slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan leader is brave. We won, we won. Nye clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha! Amidst the laughter, the dream realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking. It was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat. Chen clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the previous stage, I was acting as Chen clan's leader. This time, I am the vice clan leader, the traitor. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized, no wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chen clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans. They had to carry out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fang Yuan was speechless. This Chen clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind. It was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight. He was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison. Seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Chen clan's Gu masters in a frenzy. They showed no mercy. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He understood. This means, the vice clan leader's disloyalty. He wants to harm Chen clan's people. It is not a single case. It is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned. Chen tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine. What are you doing? This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered. What am I doing? I'm going to kill you and get rid of Chen tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe. Be it Chen tribe or Nye tribe, you were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Chen tribe's mountain. Back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Chen tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker. Shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now. Your tribe leader has drunk the poison wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu. It counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Chen clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Chen tribe's Gu masters turned pale. Their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him, who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide. He was dazed as he asked in a daze. "Ah? Lord, didn't you say so?" "Oh." Feng Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom. Chen tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light. His pale expression and anger faded. It turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Feng Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone, "Shan Xing, you shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength, that's why you did not use it." Feng Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly. Chen tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade. If we really fight, I am not Chen tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear. What's going on? He had clearly drunk the poisoned wine, but Justice Gu was still effective. "Lord Shan Xing, didn't you say?" Feng Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Chen tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall, he would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan died to the Chen clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Chen tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. "We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against our 2 tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this, they asked for it." Feng Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, "There is a hidden story behind this. Nye tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent." "What?" Chen tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. "Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Yuan looked at Chen tribe leader eerily. "You are too naive, I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner, how many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood, your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much." "What? You poisoned the wine?" Chen tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Chen tribe's Gu masters were shocked, while Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared, they attacked. Chen tribe leader wanted to resist but his body was too weak, he could only watch. Feng Yuan's aide shouted excitedly, the poisoned wine worked after all. Chen tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Feng Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Feng Yuan's words earlier made Chen tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Chen tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Chen tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Feng Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Chen tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries, his aura was extremely weak, his face was pale as paper, his eyes were purple-black, he was heavily poisoned. Feng Yuan looked at his injuries, he was clearly tortured, he was on the brink of death. Even so, Chen tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained, he was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Feng Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak, he was skinny like Chen tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any Gu worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader. I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Fang Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Qin tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father. Fang Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Qin tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Qin tribe's leader. Qin tribe's leader continued, Father, I defeated you and locked you up. But I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt. The evidence is clear. You have no justice. You are not fit to be Qin tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Fang Yuan grinned. Qin tribe's leader continued. Similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people. My hands are stained with the blood of Nye tribe. I deserve death. The Qin tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried all ways to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nye clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death, just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh. Qin tribe's leader grunted, his head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Dan Xing acted immediately. He cut off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed. His desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fang Yuan thought in his mind, in the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader, but I am a cripple. I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Qin tribe's leader himself. Then, what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long. He soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes. But the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Qin tribe's leader. I need to lead my tribe to victory. This victory has to be beautiful. My own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing. I need to succeed in usurping the throne. I need to suppress the other party's Justice Gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader. He was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over Justice Gu in exchange for freedom. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Qin tribe's leader spoke first. Don't mock me, father. You are my son. If I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you. I wanted you to use justice to lead Qin tribe to glory and prosperity, but you became a prisoner. You did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you. If I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was dazed. His curiosity was piqued. Father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan snickered coldly but did not speak. Qin tribe's leader shook his head. No, father, you are corrupt. The evidence is clear. How can it be fake? Fang Yuan snickered again. Just because you think it is true, it is true? Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nye tribe? Qin tribe's leader was speechless. Fang Yuan continued. On the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate Justice Gu, The Gu master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow, so I had to do this. I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Chen tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied. Of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly, let me ask you, when you exterminated Nye tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This Chen tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Chen and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root. Isn't that so? Am I not? Fang Yuan said. Chen tribe's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others, even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root, that way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Chen tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fang Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Chen tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared, they were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Chen tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep. It has nothing to do with righteousness, it is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious, and following justice. These are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down and become very popular. Chen clan's leader was tongue-tied. Fang Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now, Fang Yuan told him the answer. Justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People followed these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Fang Yuan concluded, When you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear. The so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body to use it as a tool. But look at you now, the armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Chen clan leader looked at Feng Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nie clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son, your justice is only a tool, you need to use it, not be restrained by it. Chen clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Father, I understand." After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Feng Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Chen clan's father and son are both clan leaders. They hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Chen clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed, I will be expelled. Only by teaching Chen clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice Gu and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while, she sighed. Even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her, even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Envy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem. He created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Ding Ling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Ding Ling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Ding Ling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Ding Ling slowly turned around, her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs, they were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others, because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Ding Ling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the Demon Lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate luck path. It was very risky. With the help of the celestial court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my metal path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend luck path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years, when I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Ding Ling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, giant sun immortal, had already passed away. Furthermore, spectral soul demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable appeared after him. Right now, the entire world was facing the waves of the Great Era. According to all sorts of signs and prophecies, an unprecedented supreme venerable was about to appear. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air as she showed a joyful smile. Senior, you appeared at the right time. I am ashamed of my lack of talent. I caused the celestial court to suffer many defeats. One of the main reasons was my lack of luck path. I was restricted and that demon kept showing off his might. Qin Ding Ling nodded slightly. I have read the information. To think that a demon like Feng Yuan would appear. In the history of humanity, he is an extremely rare individual. However, Fairy Myrtle, there is no need to belittle yourself. Your decision was correct, but the other party is crafty and sinister. He also obtained a venerable inheritance. Especially the latter, Feng Yuan is very hard to deal with. I woke up this time and returned to the human world. It is likely to deal with Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was curious. Senior, what do you mean? Qin Ding Ling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Myrtle, there is a reason behind my awakening. Let me ask you, who awakened me? It was Guyue Fangjing. That's right. Qin Ding Ling said slowly, otherworldly demons are not part of fate, they are natural variables. Providence used such a pawn to deal with spectral souls' heaven-defying actions. It naturally had methods to suppress otherworldly demons. Just like where venomous snakes reside, herbs that can neutralize snake venom grow. Guyue Fangjing is the heaven path's guarantee to suppress Guyue Feng Yuan. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle with an admiring gaze. You know very little about luck path, but you were able to deduce this and nurture Fangjing to become an immortal. It is not easy. Senior is too kind. I only know how to do my best to protect the celestial court and protect the justice of the human world. Well said. This is the spirit of our celestial court. Even after 300,000 years, it has never changed. Qin Ding Ling laughed with a joyful expression. She paused for a moment before continuing. The otherworldly demon Feng Yuan is a variable. Guyue Fangjing is the existence that suppresses him. It will change according to Feng Yuan's changes. Spectral soul failed to defy heaven, but Feng Yuan escaped from Providence's control. He is getting stronger and stronger. He has no flaws, his growth is shocking, even the celestial court is helpless against him. Thus, to prevent this change, Fangjing woke me up and made me come out. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their luck. This is because with one thought or one action, they can cause huge changes in their surroundings. Feng Yuan is very strong in terms of luck path, but you nurtured Fangjing and made him become an immortal. Thus, the variable was large enough to allow me to awaken and restrain him. Next, I estimate that similar situations will occur. This demon Feng Yuan will not be able to survive for long. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling instructed Fairy Myrtle, you need to focus on nurturing Fangjing and ensure his safety. As long as we focus on this and follow Providence's arrangements, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. I understand. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. All along, she had not been able to deal with Feng Yuan. The main reason was that Feng Yuan was crafty, his defenses were impenetrable, Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location. Even though Fairy Myrtle understood Guyue Fangjing's significance, she did not place much importance on it. She believed in her and the celestial court's strength. Her arrangements on Fangjing were only supplementary. But now, after Qin Ding Ling's reminder, Fairy Myrtle understood, Guyue Fangjing was the best way to restrain Feng Yuan. Her nurturing of Fang Jing's immortal ascension had already produced a good result. It led to Qin Dingling's appearance. As long as she continued to nurture him, more people like Qin Dingling would appear. The stronger Fang Jing is, the greater his luck will be. Only then will he be able to trigger more changes. And these changes are part of Providence's arrangements to restrain Fang Yuan. In that case, we will use Fang Jing as the main force, and the Celestial Court as the support. Fairy Myrtle assessed the situation. She was wise, immediately making the most appropriate adjustments to her strategy. Oh, there's one more thing. I have many Immortal Goo remnant recipes here. I secretly obtained them when I was with Giant Sun Immortal back then. These goo recipes are related to Giant Sun Immortal's luck path Immortal Goo. I need you to deduce them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path Mortal Goo. Fairy Myrtle quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them, Senior. Don't worry. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall descended from inside by Xiang Killer Move. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura. It crashed into the rigid will at the bottom of Heaven Form Killer Move. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a will. They had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed and created a huge pit, destroying a vast number of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A huge lake appeared on the rigid will continent. The water in the lake was flowing with small sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he used another move. After this move was used, the lake water rippled like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one after another. They all looked like Fang Yuan. They held swords and slashed at the rigid will. Each attack created a huge ravine. These two moves had a huge origin. They were compound killer moves created by Fang Yuan. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo as the core. It contained the profundity of Sword Path. It was far better than using Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo to deal with the rigid will. Meanwhile, the Killer Move Swordsman contained the profundity of Sword Path and Human Path. This was created by Fang Yuan after he became a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later, suddenly, a crane cry resounded in the whole of 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. The sleeping white crane seemed to have woken up from its dream. It stretched its body and spread its wings. It was elegant and calm. I finally grasped Heaven Form again. Haha, I saved more than half the time compared to the previous life. It seems that it is time to go and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Good things come in pairs. At this time, he heard Land Spirit of Langya's report. Another Luck Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo was refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Goo yet. He did not want to advance his Immortal Goo on a large scale. But he had extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path and obtained many Luck Path Immortal materials. He had been refining Luck Path Immortal Goo recently. Immortal Goo were unique. If he succeeded, others would not have a chance. Chapter 1835. According to my memories, it should be here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in Immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here, but according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed. It was hidden in the void. No matter how he looked, he could not find any clues. In the previous life, Fang Yuan relied on Heaven Form to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, he did not need to go through so much trouble. He could directly go to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's entrance. Go, Heaven Form. Fang Yuan willed. Heaven Form was a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by dust. Its long beak was red in color. After it flew out, it immediately flew around the empty space in front of it. Information was transmitted from Heaven Form to Fang Yuan's mind. This information was related to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned a lot about it. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life. But in this life, I came rather late. There might be no accidents. If the Celestial Court is making arrangements inside, I will be in deep trouble if I go in. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. After investigating for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still a paradise outside. It did not have any relations with the outside world. Only then did he relax. He started to prepare a killer move that he had prepared. After spending some time, the killer move was ready. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat. A gray soul ball shot into the grotto heaven with lightning speed. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was just an illusion. The gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and charged downwards. Anything that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Grotto Heaven's myriad beings' assimilation transformation killer move. It would turn into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fang Yuan personally attacked this place, he'd suffered such treatment. He'd transformed into an ox-headed devil god and slaughtered innumerable people, causing corpses to cover the surroundings and blood to flow into rivers. Even though he was invincible at that time, forcefully seizing the Beast Calamity inheritance, he was not acknowledged by the Qilin heavenly spirit. He barely obtained myriad beings' assimilation transformation and other killer moves, but he did not obtain the immortal goo. He only obtained half of the inheritance. Later, when Fang Yuan saw that the battle for the Dragon Palace had broken out in the East Sea, he stopped attacking here and rushed to the East Sea, but he gained nothing. In the end, he still came here and changed his strategy, taking down the Beast Calamity Paradise and devouring it. This was not only inefficient, it wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fang Yuan even destroyed a lot of the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he obtained. Almost all of the Gu immortals inside were killed by him. This won't do. In this life, Fang Yuan used another method to attack the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He wanted to obtain the complete Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and recruit the Gu immortals here, filling up his sovereign immortal aperture and expanding the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly from the sky. The influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation was exerted on it, but on the surface of the soul ball, all sorts of transformation path Dao marks appeared. The transformation path Dao marks continued to decrease, resisting the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's original state. Fang Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this scene. The gray soul ball had a limited time. Because it was separated from Fang Yuan, it was like water without a source. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path Dao marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a Beast Calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the Gu immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Fang Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Fang Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon, the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up. Bam bam bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body, his clothes were tattered and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating. He could not resist. He could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngster stopped. Don't tell me someone died? No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak. Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin. He did not take our young Master Lin's warning to heart. Even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance, my luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place. Its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident. It was Fang Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak. He relied on his instincts to resist. But Fang Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul. It was very powerful. How could a mere mortal's soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards, I am young Jean Boudou. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be sensed by the land spirit or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Fang Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path immortal goo to it. Thus, the gray soul ball had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks. It could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, from now onwards, I have already succeeded in soul penetration. My every action will be sensed by the heavenly spirit. I will have to be careful in the future. Thankfully, after the soul transmigration, I destroyed the young man's soul and seized his memories, allowing me to understand his personal history. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to pay attention to this tiny corner of the mortal world, what if it did? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His face showed hatred and helplessness. Damn it. He crawled up with difficulty. He seemed to be gasping from the intense pain from his injuries. Eventually, he held onto the wall of the alleyway as he slowly walked out. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while. Seeing that this clone was adapting quickly and was in good condition, he stored heaven form and left. He quickly went to profound literature Grotto Heaven. This information path Grotto Heaven was quite troublesome to attack. Fang Yuan's information path attainment was insufficient. There was also a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal guarding the Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's attack failed because this rank 8 Gu Immortal blocked his path. He was stuck outside and could not even enter the Grotto Heaven. Like before, Fang Yuan first investigated the situation. There was nothing strange about profound literature Grotto Heaven. It was not affected by the ink effect. There were no changes that were disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated heaven form, forming a path of white light. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared on the other side of the white light path with rank 8 aura. They came after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Heaven form could not transport killer moves by itself. Once Fang Yuan used a killer move, it would destroy the white light path. But the white light path could transport living beings, just like how Fang Yuan used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted angrily, activating information path offensive methods. All sorts of characters rained down like a storm, killing countless beasts. A few breaths of time later, the white light path collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a miserable state. It had just poked its head in when the path was destroyed. Thus, its head was left in profound literature Grotto Heaven while its body was sent to the outside world. No matter who you are, if you want to invade this place, you will have to pay an unimaginable price. The white-robed old man shouted. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. He moved to another location and continued to use the same method. But like in the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly and killed all the invading beasts. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but his efforts were all in vain. No matter who you are, with me here, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man's morale was high. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered, retracting his hand. Chapter 1836. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan rode random auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. Heaven form white crane followed him, flying in the sky. Random auspicious cloud was Fong Yuan's loot from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, it was used for movement. But the auspicious cloud's direction did not follow Fong Yuan's will, it followed the profundities of luck path. The auspicious cloud's path was definitely a path with good luck. Random auspicious cloud and heaven form complemented each other. Fong Yuan had benefited from it in his previous life. He found profound literature Grotto Heaven and beast calamity Grotto Heaven. Not long ago, Fong Yuan had already transmigrated to two heavens. He had placed his pieces in profound literature Grotto Heaven and beast calamity Grotto Heaven. After that, Fong Yuan waited for his pieces to develop while continuing to cultivate and accumulate strength. His Chi Path killer moves were still being familiarized with. He already had the ability to fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the trump card Unlimited Chi Si killer move was still unfamiliar to Fong Yuan. Other than practicing killer moves, Fong Yuan's main body was still roaming around immemorial White Heaven. He used random auspicious cloud and heaven form to search for more Grotto Heavens. Up until now, Fong Yuan had no gains. Even though heaven form has a wide range, compared to immemorial White Heaven, heaven form's range is still tiny. But along the way, I have made great gains. I have obtained many rank 8 immortal materials. This is indeed the best path. I have been lucky all along the way. There are many surprises. The time path clone has made some progress in his deductions? Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated bitterly but had no results, while the time path clone had made some progress after this period of accumulation. Another immortal Gu house has been deduced. Great. Fong Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately diverted most of his attention into his immortal aperture, starting to assemble it. Immemorial White Heaven was very dangerous. Immemorial desolate beasts roamed freely. One would often encounter immemorial desolate beast groups. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful when exploring this place. Some rare rank 7 experts would come to immemorial White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. They were all fearful. However, Fong Yuan had the random auspicious cloud, so he had good luck along the way. More importantly, with the protection of the heavens, any danger could be discovered in advance, allowing Fong Yuan to deal with it calmly and easily avoid it. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist and was very heavy. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, but whether it was its head or back, they were all Fongjing square with almost no curves. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu. It came from Lang Yasek's treasury and was being used by Fong Yuan to construct his second immortal Gu house. Iron Wall Gu was the first to be activated, followed by large numbers of Mortal Gu. There were many types of Mortal Gu, over 3,000 of them. Metal Path and Fire Path Mortal Gu were the most common. Almost all of them were rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu guarded the center point, while the other Mortal Gu revolved around it and flew around it. A black light that resembled ink rippled out of the Mortal Gu, spreading rapidly and enveloping all of the Gu worms, forming a huge black ball of light. The black ball of light floated in the air. Its surface was uneven. The Gu worms inside were flying faster and faster. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball of light's surface became extremely smooth. There were no more bumps. It became very round. At this time, Fong Yuan activated Fire Path Immortal Gu. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu, forming a fire. The fire was like red weeds. It coiled around the surface of the black ball of light, burning it continuously. An alluring fragrance spread out. Any mortal who smelled it would be immersed in it. They would have endless desires and fantasies, unable to extricate themselves. After burning for several hours, the black ball of light was burned to a dazzling golden color. The previous black color was like the ashes at the bottom of a pot, and it was wiped clean. Fong Yuan maintained the golden ball of light as he stopped activating the fire. He used Water Path Immortal Gu and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to condense a clear spring. The clear spring water poured on the golden ball of light, giving off a sizzling sound. It was like a layer of cold water was poured on the burning metal ball. But there was no steam. The clear spring water completely fused into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light's rotation slowed down. The goo worms inside were like golden meteors, flying around. Their trajectories were profound and complex. It was dazzling to look at, but none of them collided with each other. At this time, Feng Yuan took out a second supplementary immortal goo. Food path immortal goo. It looked like a field turtle. It was quite large, about the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short antennae. Below the antennae were two protruding compound eyes that flickered with golden light. Its body was flat and wide. It was oval in shape. It was dark red in color. It felt like sand when touched. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The pair at the front was the strongest. When opened, it was like a pair of thick pincers. Immortal Goo Cook was obtained by Feng Yuan from extorting Southern Border's righteous path. By now, Feng Yuan had basically returned the bodies and souls of the Southern Border immortals. He was exchanging immortal goo with the Southern Border clans. Feng Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Goo Cook into the Golden Ball of Light. The Golden Ball of Light expanded to more than double its original size. Feng Yuan's main body was covered in sweat. This was the first difficulty. He had finally passed it. Constructing an Immortal Goo house was not easy. It was many times more difficult than activating killer moves. If the construction failed, not only would the goo immortals suffer backlash, the goo worms involved would also be damaged or even destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful and vigilant. Like this, Feng Yuan fused dog shit luck, she luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, and many other luck path immortal goo into it. His luck path attainment level was master, and his formation path attainment level was grandmaster. He had already developed an intuition. Thus, during the construction process, if he felt anything amiss, Feng Yuan would immediately be vigilant and defend against it. Most importantly, his method of constructing the Immortal Goo House was deduced by the Time Path clone using the Light of Wisdom. It was excellent. More than half a month passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Feng Yuan succeeded. The Golden Ball of Light exploded. A brand new Immortal Goo House appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this Immortal Goo House was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light. It was indescribably noble. It was a pot. The sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb. The pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot. Their bodies were moving upwards. Their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House. Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the core Luck Path Immortal Goo were all Rank 6, so this Immortal Goo House's rank was quite low. This Immortal Goo House was recorded in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and had been modified by Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals in battle. It was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to Star Constellation chessboard. Feng Yuan immediately injected Immortal Essence. Cooking Luck Pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Feng Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Feng Yuan could not see this Immortal Goo House with his naked eyes. He could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Feng Yuan willed as he continued to inject Immortal Essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Feng Yuan's vision. He saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level. This Immortal Goo alone cannot check my lucks. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot. I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot. Feng Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface. It was like a miniature river of time. It was closely connected to Fang Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's time path clone. The time path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black qi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of spring-autumn cicada. It easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist. It floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's dream path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak. It constantly changed. It was like a layer of faint light. Only after the dream path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the time path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragon Man clone's luck. It was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Fang Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird. It was gray and dull. There was also Fang Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. His luck was like a flower bud. It was dispirited. The luck of these two little clones is a little weak. It seems that the gray soul ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world. There are obstacles. In that case, Fang Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly. The luck started to boil. The two dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes. They opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the two luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved. They turned their heads and breathed out towards the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The two luck shot out and entered the gray sparrow and flower bud luck. Chapter 1837. Giant Sun Immortal's self-luck true inheritance had already described the profundities of luck in a comprehensive manner. Generally speaking, luck was divided into 7 colors: black, gray, white, red, yellow, green, and purple. There were other colors as well, but they were basically a mixture of these 7 colors. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. They were related to the specific person, the specific environment they were in, and their condition. For example, Fang Yuan and his clones' luck shapes and colors were completely different. Fang Yuan had the complete Giant Sun self-luck true inheritance and a portion of Giant Sun all-life luck true inheritance. As long as he looked at the color and shape of these luck, he could know the target's condition and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, Time Luck Immortal Goo, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Chi Luck Immortal Goo, Connect Luck Immortal Goo, and so on. These Luck Path Goo worms were only the basic abilities of Cooking Luck Pot. This Immortal Goo house's main ability was Cooking Luck. The shape, color, and scale of one's luck represented the current trend of change. For example, if Fang Yuan had a thick black coffin luck now, it would indicate that he was about to die. Fang Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to boil this black coffin luck and create a brand new luck from the pot. For example, wealth luck, love luck, and so on. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance researched one's own luck and how to change one's luck. And Cooking Luck Pot was the pinnacle creation of this true inheritance. With it, one could boil any kind of luck and turn it into what they wanted. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level now. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it cannot affect my main body's lucks. But my other clones only have rank 7 cultivation level at most. Most of them are mortals. For example, Cooking Luck Pot earlier, the effect should be immediate. After analyzing it for a while, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate and practice his Chi Path killer moves. Cooking Luck Pot naturally had to raise its rank, but Regret Goo was still in the Blue Dragon Whale's Paradise Earth Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could order the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo, but he still lacked the conditions to refine them to rank 7. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, walked slowly. The surroundings were noisy, and the stream of people shuttled back and forth. This is the largest Goo Master Market in the city. Zhan Budu observed carefully. Right now, his cultivation was only at the first transformation, and he was still too young. Furthermore, he was short of money. He had only come here to gather information and deepen his understanding of the surroundings. Goo masters need resources to cultivate, but I am poor. The most important thing now is to make money. Jean Budu looked young, but his heart was full of confidence. He was Feng Yuan's split soul. He had the vision of a Goo immortal. It was easy for him to find some mortal Goo masters' methods of making money. However, after carefully observing for a while, a faint layer of bitterness shrouded Jean Budu's brows. The Goo masters here are called combat beast envoys. Although they also used Goo worms, these Goo worms were used to cultivate beasts, fusing with wild beasts and plants. There are no examples of Goo masters fighting alone. Feng Yuan walked around the market and found that there were very few Goo worms. Most of the shops were selling beast plants. That's true. This beast calamity grotto heaven is protected by the killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation. It is very easy for Goo masters to fuse with beasts and plants. If this was the outside world, to achieve the same result, they would have to pay more than 10 times the price. Because fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and has too much of an advantage, orthodox Goo cultivators have already been buried. Of course, this is also related to Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. This grotto heaven was managed meticulously by him in the past. He purposely created this situation to facilitate management. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's human population was huge. If Jean Budu wanted to conquer this place, he naturally could not use orthodox Goo cultivators. He had to do as the Romans do and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy was both easy and difficult. The Goo master needed to have a wild beast or plant to fuse with. This was the most basic requirement. Next, he had to go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register as a member. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and only super force. If Jean Budu joined, he would become the lowest level Combat Beast Disciple. Above the Combat Beast Disciple was the core strength of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoys. Above Combat Beast Envoys were Combat Beast Warriors. They had to have Goo immortal cultivation level and often held the position of City Lord. Above Combat Beast Warriors was the only Combat Beast King. The organizational structure was simple and crude. Jean Budu not only lacked the corresponding Goo worms, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter, they were expensive. Jean Budu had gathered enough information and had a plan in mind. According to my plan, I will have enough wealth to buy Goo worms in about a month. In another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest level combat beasts. I will buy the incisor rat first and use it for a period of time. This kind of wild beast is greatly underestimated by the world. It is truly a bargain. With strength, I will be able to join the Combat Beast Guild and use it as a platform to accept missions and rapidly expand my strength. Right at this time, Jean Budu heard a shout, "Watch out above you." He quickly looked up and saw a pitch-black object rapidly falling down from the sky. And higher up in the sky, an old man was controlling a giant bird to descend quickly, wanting to grab that pitch-black object. But it seemed that it was too late. "What is it? Run!" The surrounding people immediately scattered. Jean Budu also quickly moved, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost at the next moment, the pitch-black object smashed on the stairs of this shop and shattered. The shattered fragments flew everywhere, causing the surrounding people to wail in pain. Jean Budu was the closest, but surprisingly, he was not injured at all. "This is an egg?" Jean Budu looked at the egg that was as tall as a person and understood. This aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg. Just as he was thinking, the eggshell cracked and a cute little eagle came out. The little eagle looked at Jean Budu and chirped, pouncing on Jean Budu and using its tender beak to touch Jean Budu's cheek. "How can this be?" The old man riding on the giant bird landed on the ground, looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. "Hello, old grandpa, I am Jean Budu." Jean Budu was knowledgeable and knew that the old man in front of him was a Goo immortal. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately stood up to greet him. Before the old man spoke, the little eagle that was pushed aside by Jean Budu pounced on Jean Budu and lightly patted Jean Budu's back with its wings. The old man's gaze was extremely complex. He looked at this little eagle and sized up Jean Boudou. Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for over 30 years. She suddenly laid an egg today. This egg landed here coincidentally and hatched into a little arrow-tail eagle. The first person that the little eagle saw was you. It treated you as its closest kin. Jean Boudou was stunned. He quickly waved his hand. Old grandpa, I am sorry, I did not do it on purpose. The old goo immortal chuckled. You are Jean Boudou? Then I will call you Little Do. Oh Little Do, don't be nervous, I am not blaming you. In fact, I even need to apologize to you. After all, I almost hit you earlier. It seems that this is all fate's arrangement. If my grandson is still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh Little Do, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtained the little arrow-tail eagle's recognition. You might become a combat beast warrior in the future. Combat beast warrior? Jean Boudou's eyes opened wide. They shined brightly. He had an innocent and excited expression. He clenched his fists. My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old grandpa, can I really do it? Can I really cultivate with you? The old man laughed loudly. Oh Little Do, whether you can become a combat beast warrior or not will depend on your future efforts. But for now, let's go. Okay, old grandpa. Jean Boudou followed the old man and rode on the arrow-tail eagle, flying away under everyone's gazes. Heavens! What did I just see? Isn't this young man's luck too good? That old man just now seems to be Mountain Cliff City's city lord. He is Mountain Cliff City's city lord? I heard that recently, Mountain Cliff City's city lord came to our city to discuss something important with our city lord. The surrounding crowd went into an uproar. Their discussions became louder and louder. Who is that young man? I think he's called Jean Boudou. How can he be so lucky? Sigh, why wasn't it me just now? If I knew it would be like this, I would have squeezed him out. What the heck? Jean Boudou's clothes are shabby. He is obviously a poor kid. I didn't expect him to be fancied by a combat beast warrior. This is like a salted fish rising to the sky in one go. He even got the little arrow-tail eagle's approval. That is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Yes, compared to an immortal beast, all the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They can't even compare to its bird poop. Some people were so angry that they stomped their feet. They were filled with regret. Why didn't they grab this rare opportunity just now? Some people's eyes were wide open. Their eyeballs were red. Some people were shouting, spittle flying everywhere. Profound literature grotto heaven. A poetry meeting was being held. The famous great scholar looked at the students sitting in the hall and smiled. Lu Town is indeed full of literature. I see that all the students in the hall are brimming with a scholarly aura. Looks like Brother Zhang's teaching is quite fruitful. Brother Shin is too kind. These students of mine are shallow. They are not worth mentioning. It's already their good fortune that they were able to watch our literary battle, Teacher Jiang of the private school said modestly. Great Scholar Shin pressed his hands together and said, Brother Jiang, we are evenly matched. We might as well stop here. Next, why don't you choose 3 students to present poems? Let me appreciate the literary talent of the younger generation. How about it? All right. Teacher Jiang thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Instantly, the eyes of the students below the stage lit up. This was a rare opportunity. With 2 great scholars on the stage, no matter how good the poem was, as long as they appeared on the stage, their name would spread far and wide. The drums began to beat. Choose me, pass it over to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who took the red flower? Please come up and present a poem. Great Scholar Shin opened his eyes and smiled. Chapter 1838. Student Li Xiaobai greets teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage politely. Great Scholar Shin looked at him with a smile as he nodded. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang asked, Xiaobai, do you have a poem? There was a trace of worry in Teacher Jiang's brows. This Li Xiaobai's intelligence was mediocre. I hope he had accumulated some knowledge, otherwise, with his usual standard, he would be disappointing. It was fine if he was disappointing normally. But now, it was in front of Great Scholar Shin, especially the first half of the literary battle. It was already brilliant. It would definitely be famous. If it lost its luster later on, even if the world knew of Teacher Jiang's talent, they would laugh at him for not being a wise teacher. Teacher, I do have a poem. Li Xiaobai answered with a confident expression. Then recite it for me. Mr. Jiang was slightly relieved. In this profound literature grotto heaven, it was not an ordinary place. The literary atmosphere was extremely flourishing. Because as long as one made a good poem, even if no one praised them, heaven and earth would reward them. Thus, the knowledge of writing poems was very important. It was related to people's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate some good words. Even if they could not form a poem, they would hide them at the bottom of their chests, waiting to be supplemented in the future. There were also many scholars who made good poems but did not publicize them. It was to hide their strength and deal with the frequent literary battles. In such an environment, it was not surprising that Li Xiaobai hid poems. Li Xiaobai had already considered it. I have a lot of poems in my memory. There are many peerless poems that have spread far and wide on earth. After being polished by time, they have become even more dazzling. But it is not appropriate to use these peerless poems. This grotto heaven is an information path environment. It is best at gathering information. Especially to observe literary aura and talent, almost everyone knows such methods. It is just that there are differences in their abilities. I am lacking in literary aura and talent. Before my soul transmigrated, I was an ordinary student. If I rashly make a peerless poem, not only will it not convince people, it will also attract suspicion and investigation. Even if I explain that I did not write it, it would be too late. You will be labeled as dishonest, and in this world, you will be despised and even spurned. In order to attack profound literature's paradise, Feng Yuan had already deduced many plans to deal with various situations. Li Xiaobai's clone did not have enough scholarly aura and talent. It was not Feng Yuan's main body's talent, he only brought a little. However, in Li Xiaobai's memories, there were a large number of famous poems. Other than those from Earth, there were also Feng Yuan's works. Immediately, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and recited it. Teacher Jiang secretly let out a breath of turbid air. This poem was written neatly and had substance. It was barely enough for today's literary duel. What? He's not that great. I have been classmates with Li Xiaobai for 3 years. Today, he has outperformed himself. Isn't that perfect? With his poem as a foil, the next 2 lucky people will be blessed. The students below the stage became more and more lively. Li Xiaobai's poem was suitable for his identity, but among his classmates, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Especially some of the students who had stored many poems in their hearts. They had racked their brains and carved out these poems. It would be overkill to use them in other situations, but now it was suitable. When the drum sounded again, the red flower started to move. These elite students became restless, their eyes shining brightly. The drum stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why is it not me? Then their eyes turned red. Why is it him again? The red flower was on Li Xiaobai's table. Li Xiaobai was also very surprised. Rules cannot be broken. Please come up again. Great scholar Shen shook his head and laughed. Teacher Jiang became worried again. With Li Xiaobai's attainments and foundation, he had already outperformed himself earlier, this time, but Li Xiaobai recited another poem. This poem was of the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang relaxed. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler gaze. It seems that this student of mine, even though he is not talented, he is hardworking. That's why he accumulated 2 poems. These 2 poems should be his own creation. With his standard, it is not easy to create them. Li Xiaobai did not embarrass him. This made Teacher Jiang very happy. The last candidate. The first 2 chances were given to Li Xiaobai. Sigh, what a waste. If I go up, I will definitely impress the 2 of you. But I am not the one. The 3rd chance, I wonder who will get it? If it is not me, then I hope it won't be those few. The students could not sit still anymore. They had different thoughts in their minds. They were no longer calm. The drum started. The students looked at the red flower. Many of them had red eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh, it's gone again. I hope that the drum can last longer, and it will be my turn. The drum stopped abruptly. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Who will it be this time? He was stunned. A strange expression appeared on his face as he pointed at the last lucky person. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai took the flower and went up the stage with a bitter expression. He first bowed to the two gentlemen on the stage, then cupped his fists and apologized to the students below the stage. Fellow students, I am not trying to snatch it away. I have gone up the stage 3 times today. This is more of a shock than a pleasant surprise to me. I know that all of you are more talented than me, but I have recited poems 3 times. I am truly ashamed. Originally, his fellow students were shocked and angry, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and looking at his expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. Not just that, a portion of them felt pity for this Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary aura were inferior to theirs. Wouldn't he be suffering if he went up the stage? Your luck is really amazing. Forget it, recite a poem. Teacher Jiang scolded with a smile. Li Xiaobai recited another poem. It was still mediocre, but the last line of the poem had a highlight. Even though this highlight was small, it raised the level of the entire poem. Not only did the great scholar Shen laugh and praise this line, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The last line of your poem seems to have some new ideas. How did you conceive it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest. It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great Scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking, even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard. That is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought. This literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I am already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way, he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shen and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Jiang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu Ru stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Ding Ling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Gu Yu Fangzheng and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu Ru asked in confusion. Qin Ding Ling said, I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangzheng's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangzheng was upright, but now it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu Ru was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later. A piece of news made Feng Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Chapter 1839. In the blue sea, waves surged. As the tides rose and fell, seagulls flew around. Plop. With a splash, a Gu immortal dived into the water, diving down. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea here was extremely deep. There were many ferocious sea beasts here. After 100,000 feet, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were many precious treasures too. Eastern Sea's resources are truly the best in the 5 regions. The Gu immortal sighed as he dived deeper. After traveling more than 1,000,000 zhang, a gorgeous dreamscape appeared in the boundless dark sea. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded in his vision. By the time he arrived at the dream realm, it was already as big as a hill. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He had a muscular body and a handsome face. He had a high nose bridge and firm lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of amber dragon eyes and a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. It was Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was in Eastern Sea, but he did not know its exact location in the previous life. In the previous life, when Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to try to subdue Dragon Palace, they were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle erupted. Dragon Palace flew into the sky and tore through the sky. Duke Long chased after it, causing a huge commotion. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all came over. At this time, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Feng Yuan had just finished taking down Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was moved and went to Eastern Sea to join in the fun. In the end, he was discovered. He did not gain anything. But in the River of Time, a second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Feng Yuan made a crucial decision. He gave up on Dragon Palace and chased after the second Red Lotus true inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he ruined the Celestial Court's plans, Feng Jioge used the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This led to the Celestial Court obtaining the Dragon Palace and suppressing it in the Hidden Dragon Cave. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling to lose. This led to another crucial battle in the Central Continent Battle, Hidden Dragon Cave. Ever since Feng Yuan was reborn, the Dragon Palace had long been part of his plans. He had started making arrangements a long time ago, continuously gathering information and making deductions in this area. He had circled out a rough area. Next, he sent his subordinates to Eastern Sea to investigate secretly. Feng Yuan didn't know where the Dragon Palace was originally located, but his hard work paid off. He found the Dragon Palace in this period of time. The Dragon Man avatar checked the surroundings and discovered that there were no immemorial desolate beasts lingering around. Everything was safe. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He was very straightforward, immediately using a killer move to target this dream realm. His choice was the same as the previous life's Duke Long. He wanted to separate the dream realm and directly attack the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. And in the sky above the sea, Feng Yuan's main body was hidden in the clouds, protecting the Dragon Man avatar. On the other hand, he was letting the Dragon Man avatar probe first. If there were any accidents, Feng Yuan's main body would be able to quickly leave and retreat safely. After all, Feng Yuan was not too clear about the details of the Dragon Palace incident. This was different from when he planned the battle in the River of Time, or when he obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. What if the Celestial Court ambushed him? Even if there was no ambush, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had Dream Path offensive killer moves, Feng Yuan was very wary of this. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies appeared from the Dream Realm one after another. The Dragon Man avatar's progress was quite smooth. But this Dream Realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court, the celestial court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Fang Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Fang Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Fang Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth. It had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate. In this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days, there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser. They surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Fang Yuan immediately activated cooking luck pot. The dragon carvings around cooking luck pot started to move. It swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Fang Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this cooking luck pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu immortals. It can even affect rank 7 Gu immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus, it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, saying, this black cloud luck is barely affected by me. It is at least a rank 8 level danger. But looking at the purple dragon's expression, this black cloud luck seems to have some sort of attraction to it. Dragons rise with wind and rain, and this black luck is in the form of clouds. It seems that this problem is not only dangerous for the Dragon Man avatar, it also contains a huge fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was under the premise that Fang Yuan's main body did not move. Once Fang Yuan's main body moved, the luck would change drastically. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, once he made a move, there would be a huge change in the situation. Sigh, it is a pity that I cannot observe my main body's luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to rank 9. But my luck inspection immortal Gu is only rank 6, even if I use it to form a killer move, I can only use the profundity of the killer move itself to barely observe the luck of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan already had cooking luck pot. He used luck inspection immortal Gu as the core and placed it inside. Thus, he did not need to use any luck inspection killer move. As long as he used cooking luck pot, he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's luck. Cooking luck pot's rank is still too low. In the future, not only will I need to raise the rank of the immortal Gu, I will also need to infuse the profundity of the all living beings' luck true inheritance into it so that it can influence other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned to himself. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could use cooking luck pot to help his avatar, both the avatar and the main body were one person. Thus, he could only help himself. That was the range of the self-luck true inheritance. It did not extend to all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the danger that the Dragon Man avatar was in. He did not move for now. On one hand, he monitored it. On the other hand, he continued to activate cooking luck pot. Even though it did not have much help to the purple dragon luck and had little effect on the black cloud luck, even if it was a drop in the bucket, it would accumulate and be worth looking forward to. There was a saying, having something was better than nothing. The Dragon Man avatar naturally received the information from the main body. He continued to transform dream realms. Like this, after a day and a half, 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals arrived. From the east was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face. He was Yang Zihe. From the west was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a strange pattern. They formed into purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and her entire body. It was Granny Roan. From the north was a Gu immortal with a muscular body. His triangular eyes shined with cold light. It was Shimiao. From the south was a Gu immortal wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent. He floated like a ghost. He was filled with Yin energy. His name was Zhang Yin. For rank 8 Gu immortals? Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he saw some clues from the Dragon Man avatar's luck. At this time, the little purple dragon's luck was completely surrounded by a thick and dense black cloud. It was impossible for it to break through. And within this black cloud luck, there was a slight change. From the east, there was the sound of surging water, as if there was a river hidden inside. From the west, a purple venomous python could be vaguely seen. The dark clouds in the north condensed into the shape of a mountain, while the dark clouds in the south were even more serene and serene, spinning into a black hole. There is something strange about these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Their luck is a portion of the black cloud. Did they form an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know that they were the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because in the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have any relevant information. But soon he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals saw the Dragon Man avatar. Their cold and solemn expressions softened. It is a Dragon Man indeed. And you have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. Only by passing them can you obtain the Dragon Spirit's recognition and become the Dragon Palace Lord. Quickly return these dream realms. Explore the dream realms according to the rules and take the test. Otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you suffer. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals spoke one after another. As they spoke, they revealed their Dragon Man identities. Chapter 1840. The Dragon Man clone's action of plundering the dream realm attracted the 4 dragon generals. If it was a human Gu immortal, the 4 dragon generals would attack together, but Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a true Dragon Man. Be it the body or the soul, they were both flawless. The 4 dragon generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing at the final moment. He did not see the 4 dragon generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became dragon generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path methods, ignoring everything else. Just the number of Chi Path Dao marks, he had left these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Gu immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these 4 in my previous life, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Chi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at Cooking Luck Pot above him. The purple dragon luck around Cooking Luck Pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple chi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fate energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragon Man clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The 4 dragon generals are all rank 8, they did not discover me, there is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the dream realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path immortal Gu house. To be able to enslave 4 rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided that his main body would not move and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragon Man clone immediately returned the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the 4 great dragon generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Rong said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the dream realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the dream realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up." Someone beside him pushed the Dragon Man clone. The Dragon Man clone opened his eyes and saw a young Dragon Man girl. She was pure and cute. She had a helpless expression as she said, "Why did you fall asleep again? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget, today is the day we agreed to duel with Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang. So I am Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Gu Master Cultivation level." The Dragon Man clone immediately inspected his own situation. "Let's go, let's go." The young Dragon Man girl could not wait any longer. Seeing that Feng Yuan opened his eyes, she immediately dragged him and ran. They sprinted along the way and arrived at a drill ground. There were already 2 groups of people in the drill ground. They were in the east and west direction. They were facing each other clearly. The group in the west were all human youngsters. There were both males and females. The 2 leaders had the arrogance of youngsters. The group in the east were all Dragon Man youngsters. They were much fewer in number and without a leader, they were being suppressed by the human youngsters. They were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Feng Yuan appeared, the Dragon Man youngsters became excited. Some cheered while others blamed Feng Yuan for being late. "Wu Shuai, you finally dared to show yourself. I thought you were too timid to participate in the duel." One of the 2 young men leading the group from the human tribe yelled. The young Dragon Man girl who had been dragging Feng Yuan over immediately retorted, "Vice Chen, don't be arrogant. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will definitely beat the crap out of you." "Enough nonsense, Wu Shuai, make your move. This time I, Zhang Shuang, will definitely wash away the humiliation of losing to you last time." The other young Gu master stood up. He was clearly an impatient person. He could not wait to challenge Wu Shuang. Feng Yuan waved his hand, delaying for time. "Since it is a duel, what are the stakes?" he said as he sized up the drill ground. The drill ground's layout was extraordinary. It was actually an immortal Gu formation. This meant that he was in a very important place. Since there was an immortal formation, he was definitely in the territory of a superforce. And Feng Yuan's current location was also an important location of this superforce. An immortal formation could be set up in a drill ground. This was not an ordinary level of importance. Looking at the attire of both sides, they were similar. They were clearly from the same sect. This duel seems to be a competition between youngsters. The youngsters here have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at their appearances, they have probably just started cultivating. They are really talented. The one with the highest cultivation level is me. There are also the young human leaders Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang. They have rank 3 cultivation level. They are all young geniuses. Below them is the Dragon Man girl who dragged me here. She has rank 2 peak stage cultivation level. "Commander Wu, don't look down on me. I have already brought the stakes," Vice Chen said as he solemnly took out a Gu worm from his pocket. Feng Yuan took a look. It was a rank 5 Gu. It was called Commander Gu. Commander Gu had the appearance of a sawtooth tree. It was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical, its back was slightly flat, there were 2 long feelers on its head. This commander goo was the same, its body was like green jade, it had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body, they were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly shocked. Feng Yuan had many immortal goo, he did not care about mortal goo. But this commander goo was different, even though it was a mortal goo, it was a human path goo worm, it had enslavement path effects, it had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Goo's effect was very good, and there were many other similar goo worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragon Man clone's attainment level was interlinked with Feng Yuan's main body. Feng Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level, the Dragon Man clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragon Man clone had a feeling, as long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Goo's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many goo worms Wu Shuang had, what they were, he had some preparations regarding the methods he could use. But he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Feng Yuan smiled. In that case, come at me, I will let you go first, you can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this, anger appeared on his young face. All right, Wu Shuang, since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation. When the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water, they were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants, there are natural markings on their backs, they form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragon men were not born naturally, they were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragon men were similar in nature, they were not born naturally, they were created by goo immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path goo masters. To a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide, they were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength, he soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground, they were slightly larger than the previous ones, they were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed, he quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them, worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youngsters were anxious. The Dragon Man girl beside Feng Yuan shook Feng Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless, he already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Feng Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Feng Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock. The Dragon Man youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. When he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Feng Yuan, there were several times his number, his face turned pale as paper. I lost. Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly, but what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Feng Yuan's soul foundation was very strong, it far surpassed mortal goo masters, not to mention this youngster. Feng Yuan did not know either, he had just created it, he avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command goo to Feng Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chen Fu had a dark expression, he left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious, you secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased, we will get back at you sooner or later. But we won, Wu Shuai, you are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuang. Ha, so funny, Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fang Yuan smiled. He was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him, but he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open, their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fang Yuan. Father, they said in a soft voice. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a dragon man Gu immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu immortal, he was not Duke Long, he only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai. You have guts, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragon Man Gu immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression, his gaze was spewing fire. The Dragon Man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, they lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts, he was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragon Man Gu immortal, he could only imitate the other Dragon Man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragon Man Gu immortal was furious, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head, he used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered, he took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me, come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragon Man Gu immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragon Man youngsters. They were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge, there were beautiful and exquisite flower vases, the study table was 10 feet long, the table was wide, there were brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones on it, at the center was a half-written banner, there were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragon Man Gu immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragon Man Gu immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The Dragon Man Gu immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The Dragonman Gu immortal was stunned again, he laughed even more coldly. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fang Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal, it was long and had straight edges, it was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the 2 sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. And Feng Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's match. But Feng Yuan was also very crafty. Following the force of the hit, he fell to the ground with a plop, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. He groaned as he straightened his upper body, gritting his teeth as the pain was unbearable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was his father after all. Seeing this, he could not help but feel some emotions. Did I hit him too hard earlier? He heaved a long sigh as he sat on the chair, looking at his son who was kneeling on the ground. He said deeply, "Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your talent in enslavement path is extremely rare. I nurtured you and taught you. It was to make you a great person. But you threw all my teachings to the back of your head. How many times have I told you not to argue with those people? You are a genius. Your foresight far surpasses people of the same age. I have already told you about the current situation. The sect's higher-ups are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with our Dragon Man race's growth. Even though I am a supreme elder, I seem to be very powerful, but I am being ostracized all the time. Even though you won against Qin Fu and Zhang Shuang, you must have angered the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not give me a good attitude. They will be even harsher towards the Dragon Man race. You won against them, but you harmed the benefits of the Dragon Man race. You even intensified the conflict in the sect. You are too reckless. You never think of the consequences before doing anything. You have truly disappointed me. I hit you for your own good, for the Dragon Man race, for the peace and stability of the sect. Do you understand my efforts?" Feng Yuan was about to say, "I understand," but seeing the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze, his heart shook. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze seemed gentle, but there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within. Only someone as experienced as Feng Yuan could see this clearly. At once, Feng Yuan became extremely vigilant. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues flashed in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though his main body was protecting him, his soul and body were both inside the dream. There was no chance of failure. If he failed once, he would lose the qualifications to become the Dragon Palace Lord. In fact, he might even die. Of course, his main body would not ignore it, but if he made a move, he would end up in the same situation as Duke Long in his previous life. The commotion would be too huge. For the greatest benefits, Feng Yuan was willing to take this risk. He had to be even more careful. This question seems ordinary, but it might be the key to this dream realm. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. Let's do this. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he snickered. "Father, I am grateful for your consideration. But for the sake of the big picture, you are willing to endure it. I cannot agree with that. Unfilial son. You are still so stubborn." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight on the table. Feng Yuan quickly said, "Father, if you want to hit me, even if you kill me on the spot, I will not hold any grudges against you. But father, asking for help like this is not good for the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He pointed at Feng Yuan with the paperweight in his hand, shouting, "Such guts! You dare to criticize me? All right, I will give you a chance. Tell me, where did I go wrong?" Feng Yuan was even more certain. He said slowly, "Father, do we Dragon Men have to be inferior to humans? We have talent, we are born with enslavement path Dao marks. What do they have? We do not need goo worms. With just our bodies, we have strong stamina, strength, and recovery speed. Our bodies are hard, our claws and teeth are sharp, while the human race is extremely fragile. Look at lifespan. Our lifespan is 10 times or even 100 times that of humans. We are still alive, but the humans of our age have already died of old age. We do not even need to deal with them, they will die of old age themselves. We Dragon Men are born with such outstanding talents. What is even more precious is that we are united and acknowledge each other. We are not like humans who fight and scheme against each other. Father, your contributions to the sect are obvious to all. I won the bet this time, so should I lose on purpose? Why do these humans look down on us and treat us so harshly? We dragon men should have a higher status. In fact, these mortals are the ones who should be inferior to us dragon men. Impudent, you are too impudent. The dragon man Gu Immortal was furious. He quickly walked around the table and raised the paperweight in his hand, about to hit Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan suddenly stood up. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the dragon man Gu Immortal, "Father! I cannot accept this, I cannot accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will not accept this, I will not accept this." Wu Shuai! The dragon man Gu Immortal walked towards Feng Yuan, looking down at the youngster with bloodshot eyes, but he did not hit the paperweight in his hand. Feng Yuan had no fear. He stared at the dragon man Gu Immortal. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was spewing out the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The dragon man Gu Immortal seemed to have confirmed something. He suddenly threw the paperweight on the ground. He grabbed Feng Yuan's shoulders. He shook Feng Yuan as he laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you are truly my good son. I was not wrong about you." "Father?" Feng Yuan was stunned. His expression was filled with doubt and shock. It was extremely natural. "I will tell you the truth, I have the same thoughts as you. It is just that I have been probing you and did not dare to tell you the truth. I have my own difficulties." The dragon man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. "What do you mean? Father, are you thinking?" Feng Yuan seemed to have reacted. His eyes shined with joy and surprise. It was as if he had just accepted it. He also had a trace of disbelief. His expression was perfect and flawless. But deep in his heart, he was sighing. As expected, my analysis was correct. In the sect, the conflict between the dragon men and humans has intensified. It can be seen from the fights between the youngsters. That drill ground earlier was an important immortal formation. The higher-ups of the sect must have sensed it. If the dragon man Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge. The layout is grand. It shows the ambitions of the dragon man Gu Immortal. In front of the dragon man youngsters, he called me Wu Shuai, but in the study room he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. Chapter 1842. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's main body, who was hidden in the clouds, had a change in expression. My clone's luck changed again. Feng Yuan looked over. There was a huge lump of thick black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, there were 4 phenomena. They represented 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were guarding this black cloud luck. The small purple dragon luck that represented Feng Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The small dragon was even more excited than before. Traces of azure purple luck were being converted from the black cloud luck into the small purple dragon's body. With this support, the small purple dragon's body seemed to have expanded slightly. Its claws and teeth also seemed to have become sharper. The most obvious change was that this small dragon was originally coiled on the spot, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to move around, probing the black cloud luck. Moving from stillness to activity, high morale, it seems that the clone had a breakthrough in the dream realm. He grasped the meridian. That is why he is taking the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help the clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul and left his body outside, Feng Yuan's main body could barely inject luck into him. But now, the Dragon Man clone's soul and body had entered the dream realm. It was completely enveloped by the dream realm. Any luck path methods could not be used. Feng Yuan's main body was also helpless, unless he took away a portion of the dream realm and exposed the Dragon Man clone. Or in the distant future, when his research on Dream Path had some results, Feng Yuan could mix his luck path research results with Dream Path. That way, he would be able to block the dream realm. The dream realm continued. The Dragon Man clone thought about it carefully. He analyzed and understood the situation. After a conversation, he expressed his intentions and obtained his father's approval. He also passed the second stage of the Dream Realms test. However, he still needed to gather more information. In the study room, Feng Yuan said, "Father, since we are of one mind, what can we do to make our Dragon Man race prosper? I believe Father already has a plan, please teach me." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "I did indeed have a plan. To tell you the truth, not just you and me, there are also many knowledgeable Dragon Man experts. It's just that it's not appropriate for you to know the identities of these people yet. This is to protect them, and also to protect you. When it comes to great things, the most important thing is secrecy. It's easy to do things in the dark, but it's hard to do things in the open." "I understand." Feng Yuan nodded. "But as long as it's a big plan, there must be a plan. This is the Constitution." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly. He took out a pen and wrote the final word on a piece of paper on the table: descend. When combined with the previous 3 words, it became dragon roaming the world. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal blew out a breath of air. This breath was sharp like a blade, it cut the paper. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and handed it to Feng Yuan. There was only one word on it: descend. As for the remaining half of the dragon roaming heaven, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his sleeves. The paper ignited and turned into ashes. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table and sighed. "One day, our Dragon Man race will soar high in the sky, the entire world will be beneath our feet." But now, the human race was extremely powerful, and they were fully deserving of the title of Overlord. Looking at the overall situation, we Dragon Men are alone, we do not have a reliable variant human force to ally with, and internally, we are vassals of humans. To soar high in the sky, there is a process from bottom to top. Right now, we need to submit to humans, we need to accumulate our foundation silently. Our Dragon Man race has just been formed, our foundation is too weak. Thankfully, we came from humans, we have the closest relationship with them. Especially in Central Continent, we have people of the same race in the 10 great ancient sections. We need to keep learning and accumulating to catch up to humans. Feng Yuan asked, "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "You have already started. When you were still a child, I discovered your talent, I nurtured you to become an enslavement path Gu Master. Now that your enslavement path attainment has reached a higher level, I have already made arrangements for you to participate in Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony." Green Ant Ascetic? Feng Yuan pretended not to understand, but he realized internally he thought of a title, Ju Immortal Couple. These two were husband and wife. They were famous lone immortal great experts in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Ant Ascetic, the woman was Wine Fairy, they were childhood sweethearts, they had nothing to do with each other. They were mortals, but they had their own immortal destinies. Because of a disaster, they were separated when they were young, they missed each other and thought that the other was dead. After becoming a Gu Immortal, the man and woman did not marry. Heaven was on their side, they met each other by chance, they were filled with disbelief and joy, they felt like they were in a dream. After both of them shared their feelings, the woman smiled and said to the man, "I still remember when you were a child, you liked to play with mud and fight ants." The man also smiled, "When I was young, your family opened a tavern, your family was better off than mine. When you were young, you carried a pole and went around the streets to sell wine. I have always been with you, I really want to stay with you until we grow old." Thus, the man called himself Green Ant Ascetic, the woman also changed her name to Wine Fairy. Both of them were talented and had excellent moral character. After cultivating together, they were in harmony with the zither and the zither and the zither. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal continued. Green Ant Ascetic had once lost a bet with Hong Zhen of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to take in a disciple and pass on his legacy. Now, according to the agreement, it is time to take in a disciple. But the 10 great ancient sects have not decided on a suitable candidate, because the Gu Immortal involved, Hong Zhen, had already died from tribulation. Green Ant Ascetic is a human great expert, but he is a lone cultivator. If my son can become his only disciple, not only will he be able to learn his enslavement path methods, he will also have a relationship with Ju Immortal Couple. In the future, if the Dragon Man race faces any difficulties, these two rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded. The third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall, clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space, but the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent. They were all here to compete for the position of Green Ant Ascetic's disciple. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. He looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He only had 2 Dragon Man tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan immediately recognized one of them. He thought, isn't that Zhang Shuang? Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair. She had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were shining brightly. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the third stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, who do you think will win? The 2 Dragon Man youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales. He said, Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now. But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Shuang will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled Dragon Man youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler. He consoled, Qing Xuan, why are you like this? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. You lost, why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you. The green-scaled youngster, Qing Xuan, was indignant. He gritted his teeth. That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall so that Tai Qin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell? The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals. Fang Yuan listened quietly, thinking, the green-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan, the yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Qin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly. You won the blood battle step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupil young Lady Tai Qin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood. Because after observing for a while, he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Qin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, she deploys her troops without thinking, following her instincts. It is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Fang Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face. His body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young Lady Tai and returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fang Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect after all, but thinking about Fang Yuan's Dragon Man identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangzheng style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Ant Ascetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this Dragon Man youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed. An intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the starts. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right, as long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin? Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Qin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity. If there were armor ants instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, they also tested the Gu Master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Fang Yuan and Tai Qin fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked. They could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation. Both sides are facing each other. The closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Qin enslaved the ants around her, while Wu Shuai is far away. How could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan did not. Fang Yuan had just entered this dream realm. He was in a good state. Especially his soul, it was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Fang Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now he could easily enslave over 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Qin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. She was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one, especially during this period of time. Tai Qin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Fang Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Fang Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high. Even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength. He is indeed amazing. Sigh. Such a pity. The great green ant ascetic's enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Qin's expression was extremely grim. She stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth, and intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose. I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. The youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Qin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain. That's right. Tai Qin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Qin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Qin was finally able to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Fang Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Fang Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Qin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Qin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly, but suddenly, an ant queen emerged from the ground. To subdue a wild ant queen, not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Qin's troops. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Qin's few remaining defenses. Tai Qin used all her strength, using methods that would harm herself. She finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks, their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification, even though he had a lot of them, they were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fang Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Qin again. Since the Ant Queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new Ant Kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Qin's expression was pale. Fang Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble. Just as Fang Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fang Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fang Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Ant Ascetic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why, whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go! At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, a huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Ding Ling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel. Qin Ding Ling's 7 orifices were bleeding, her body was swaying and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Ding Ling took in a few breaths, sighing, that was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun all-life luck true inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. The huge Celestial Court actually did not discover it. But Providence still belongs to our Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in Celestial Court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals might directly attack Celestial Court. Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians. Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, "The giant sun immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate, and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us." Fairy Myrtle advised, "The venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the Celestial Court that you have such attainments in luck path. It has made up for the historical regret of the Celestial Court. From now on, the Celestial Court will also have a luck Dao true inheritance that they can take out." Qin Dingling said, "In order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my luck path true inheritance into the immortal treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the giant sun immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-beings' fate true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, his knowledge was limited and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyun is possessed by fortune, he definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Fang Yuan." Mentioning Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. "Speaking of which, Fang Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Fang Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad year flying worship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces, or is he?" Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, "Then prepare for the worst, assume that Fang Yuan has obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Fang Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guiyue Fangzheng." Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guiyue Fangzheng received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Guiyue Fangzheng's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The 3 desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. The victor, Guiyue Fangzheng, floated in the air, looking down at the 3 desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Blood Path Killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him. Fangzheng cupped his fists. "It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help, otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight." Zhao Lianyun smiled. "We have the same goal, we should work together, right?" Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to befriend Fangzheng. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The Celestial Court worships Providence. They do not want Hongyun to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the Celestial Court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fangzheng. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the Celestial Court values Fangzheng more. So, if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun had his own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew his situation. Fangzheng was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyun befriended him. Fangzheng did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Guiyue Fangzheng kept the 3 desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move Blood Turns Cold, it became the best method to capture enemies alive. Fangzheng had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Guiyue Fangzheng was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Dingling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Guiyue Fangzheng had accepted the sect's mission to suppress the 3 desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Fang Jing planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Feihe Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The three desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fang Jing nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guessed so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants, but we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fang Jing's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here? Not long after, Fang Jing discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look." Fang Jing said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange, the humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beastmen? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fang Jing asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragonmen. Dragonmen, which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fang Jing was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The dragon man is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Jing were pawns of the celestial court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the celestial court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle, the other was Qin Ding Ling. Fang Jing still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the celestial court come here? Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fang Jing, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You two can leave now. Qin Ding Ling nodded with a smile, sending Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun away with one sentence. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections. A moment later, Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Fang Jing is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said happily. Because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Fang Jing was arranged by Providence to suppress Fang Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Feng Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. Chapter 1845. In the depths of Eastern Sea, another scene appeared in Dragon Palace's dream realm. The Dragon Man clone controlled the ant army as it advanced. The black mass of ants numbered in the thousands, and the formation was tight. Among them, the armor ants opened up the path, holding the front, followed by the arrow ants, and in the middle was the king ant. At the back of the army were the cannon ants. They were fat and moved slowly. In front of the Dragon Man clone, Tai Chin was also controlling an ant army. "Senior brother, I am here," the yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. The army charged towards Feng Yuan's troops. Feng Yuan quickly willed and stabilized the formation, using the armor ants to defend while the cannon ants attacked. Tai Chin's ant army was mainly made up of spear ants and sprint ants. They were very aggressive. Feng Yuan laughed internally. Ever since Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, Tai Chin was defeated by me. She seems to have been stimulated and changed her cautious and stable fighting style, becoming more aggressive and aggressive. At this time, two groups of sprint ants surrounded them from the left and right. Tai Chin's tactic was obvious. She wanted to use the speed of the sprint ants to quickly attack the cannon ants behind Feng Yuan. The cannon ants were strong at long range. They had a high firing range. One cannon shot would kill the spear ants at the front. But they were slow and had weak defenses. If these two groups of sprint ants got close, they would die without a complete corpse. It's a very correct tactic. However, how could I not have considered the weakness of this formation when I set it up like this? Junior sister. Feng Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. "Then come, senior brother," the yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light. She was using her full strength. The sprinting ants encircled them, while Feng Yuan's ant army retreated and surrounded the cannon ants behind them. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Tai Chin saw this and stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed with a cute expression, "So amazing! Senior brother, you can actually control all of the ants at the same time. Have you grasped the ant thought killer move that Master taught you?" Feng Yuan smiled and nodded. Tai Chin gritted her teeth. "Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior apprentice brother, I'll take your vanguard." It turned out that in order to retreat, Feng Yuan had left the armor ants at the front lines to block Tai Chin's spear ants. Feng Yuan's ant colony retreated successfully, but it was also separated from the armored ant legion at the front line. The armor ants didn't last long before they were drowned by an even larger number of spear ants. The spear ants were like a tide, pouring over. Feng Yuan had long since prepared the arrow ants. They lined up at the outermost perimeter and continuously shot out ant arrows. At the same time, the ant cannon flew high up in the sky and smashed into the spear ant army, blowing up groups of spear ants. Under Feng Yuan's crazy attacks, Tai Chin could not hold on any longer, and the ant army was quickly destroyed. "Phew! I lost again. Senior brother, you're still the best." The yellow-browed girl heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of light in her eyes as she looked at Feng Yuan. There was also a faint blush on her cheeks. Feng Yuan understood what was going on. Ever since Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, 3 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Thinking about it, Feng Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter how much of an advantage he had, all sorts of accidents would happen and erase his advantage. But Feng Yuan did not admit defeat. After thinking about it, he chose to hold back and fight to the death with the yellow-browed girl. Eventually, the two fought to a draw. They had reached the limits of Gu Masters. Green Ant Ascetic appeared and stopped them, taking them in as his disciples. It turned out that Green Ant Ascetic's disciple selection criteria was to control ants on the surface, but there was another reason. It was to test the Gu Master's temperament and how persevering they could be. If Feng Yuan admitted defeat, he would not fit the criteria, and the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the disciple selection ceremony, one had to either win or lose. It had to be a draw. After passing this hurdle, the next few scenes were all about Green Ant Ascetic imparting the Tao. Fang Yuan gained a large number of goo worms. His main opponent was Tai Qin, who had become his junior sister. This yellow-browed girl, Tai Qin, had never won against Fang Yuan ever since she sparred with him. At the start, she was unconvinced, but gradually she was beaten into submission. There was even a trace of affection that she did not know herself. Great, it seems that the clone has made great progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan's main body observed the Dragon Man clone's luck. This purple dragon's luck had expanded by several times. The surrounding black clouds had shrunk by 30%. At the same time, the greenish-purple chi that came out of the black chi became denser. It was much more obvious than before. But at this time, a lump of blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head. It did not fuse with the black clouds. Within the blood-red light, there were faint images of golden phoenixes and divine dragons. Their might was shocking. What is going on? What happened? Fang Yuan's main body's heart sank. He quickly made deductions. This blood-red light luck is more than 10 times larger than the first one. And it came from the west. West of Eastern Sea is Central Continent and Western Desert. The blood-red light luck is still in the air. It is not time to activate yet. And it is so huge, it is likely to be Central Continent's celestial court. How did the people of the heavenly court detect this place? In the previous life, they did not discover this place at this time. Is it because of the ink effect after my rebirth? Fang Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not flustered. In fact, he had already made arrangements for this. Because Celestial Court had always been his greatest enemy. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle stopped her technique as joy appeared on her face. I deduced it after all. She knew the exact location of Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. This was because Celestial Court had been sending people to investigate the 5 regions in secret, searching for Dragon Palace's location. Although the progress was slow, after so many years of accumulation, they were close to success. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court found Dragon Palace by itself. In this life, after obtaining a crucial clue, this accumulated result erupted in advance. Fairy Myrtle quickly informed Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling of this news. Dragon Palace must be retrieved. This is my karma, let me make a trip there personally. Duke Long took the initiative to handle this matter. Fairy Myrtle immediately relaxed. With Lord Duke Long taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she received a battle report. Oh no, myriad-year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time again. Fang Yuan is taking action again. At this time? Qin Ding Ling frowned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Allow me to take a look at their luck. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long were fine with it. Qin Ding Ling first looked at Duke Long. She saw that Duke Long's luck was in the shape of a dragon. It also resembled a burning cloud. The old dragon lowered its head and coiled its body, seemingly about to fall asleep. This indicated that Duke Long did not have long to live. Qin Ding Ling grunted. She looked carefully and found that the old dragon's scales were blood red. The dragon's head had wrinkles that formed an inverted mountain character. This was the sign of defeat. Qin Ding Ling was shocked. There is still someone in this world who can defeat Duke Long? Thinking of this, her vision suddenly turned blood red. The luck inspection killer move stopped. The backlash caused Qin Ding Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Myrtle quickly supported Qin Ding Ling. After Qin Ding Ling stabilized herself, her eyes were still bleeding unstoppably. She could not see for the moment. She smiled bitterly. Senior Duke Long has incredible attainment. He has a huge number of Dao marks. Even when I use luck inspection, I can only take a look. Even though Qin Ding Ling had luck inspection methods that were at rank 8 level, when she used them, the results varied from person to person. For example, Duke Long's Dao marks far surpassed peak rank 8. He also had dragon marks on his body that formed defensive killer moves that were in effect at all times. You suffered? Duke Long asked. What was the result? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. She had a worried expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will definitely face an intense battle this time. He might even fail. How is that possible? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Duke Long shook his head. The world is still vast. The river of time flows endlessly. Humans are just a drop in the ocean. This is interesting. I am curious what could cause me to fail. Qin Ding Ling continued. Luck is a variable. This only indicates that Senior Duke Long's trip has a chance of failure. But it is fine. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to increase Senior Duke Long's luck. I need a few days. Chapter 1846. Inside the Dream Realm. Senior brother, was the food I made yesterday delicious? After Green Ant Ascetic's lesson ended, junior sister Tai Qin caught up to Feng Yuan as she asked with anticipation. Feng Yuan laughed. It's really not bad. I didn't expect junior sister to be so dexterous. You will definitely be a virtuous wife in the future. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future? Senior brother, you are teasing me again. Tai Qin's face flushed red as she said in a soft voice. Senior brother, if you like it, I can make more for you. Sure, then I, your senior brother, will be in luck. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon man Gu Immortal walked towards them. My son. Father, why are you here? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Greetings, Uncle Wu. Tai Qin hurriedly bowed. The dragon man Gu Immortal nodded at the young girl as he smiled. You are Tai Qin, right? My son's letters often mention you. This is a small gift from me, accept it? How can I? Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Feng Yuan received it for her and placed it in her hands. Just accept it. My father must have some important matters to attend to, so today's sparring after class can't be carried out. Feng Yuan apologized. It's fine, it's fine. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked him before leaving politely. A pure and innocent girl, is my son moved? Seeing that Tai Qin disappeared around the corner, the dragon man Gu Immortal teased. Feng Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm changed again as expected, he said cautiously. Father, how can you not understand me? The dragon man Gu Immortal laughed loudly as he patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. I have something important to ask you to come here. Calligraphy Pavilion Lord's daughter, Shu Jiuling, she is 16 years old and is looking for a spouse. Any young genius can participate. My father wants you to participate. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. He did know about Shu Jiuling. In the previous dream, Tai Qin had talked about this matter while chatting with him. Shu Jiuling was in love with Gu Immortal Fan Ji. She was pregnant with his child, but Fan Ji did not want to marry her. He kept rejecting her. When Shu Jiuling saw Fan Ji's face, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she was placed under house arrest by her mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Master. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level and had the immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was the leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, she was naturally furious. She wanted to get even with the heartless Fan Ji. But Fan Ji was the closed-door disciple of Black Sky Temple's Supreme Grand Elder Kong Yihen. Kong Yihen was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He did not have any children and had many disciples, but he doted on his youngest disciple, Fan Ji, the most. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master couldn't do as she pleased, so she could only look for Ling Hen Kong and ask for an explanation. Kong Yihen brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to the Calligraphy Pavilion to negotiate. For some reason, not only did the two sides fail to reach an agreement, they even started fighting. Kong Yihen and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady tested each other a few times before stopping. Fan Ji and Shu Jiuling completely fell out. In her anger, Shu Jiuling threatened Fan Ji. Don't regret it, even if you don't want me, someone else in the world wants me. Fan Ji smiled coldly. I came here to negotiate with you, but you are pushing your luck. I'd like to see who has the guts to step into this muddy water. I want to see who is so magnanimous to not even care about the child in your womb. Shu Jiuling fainted from anger. As a mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had to support her daughter, Shu Jiuling. After Shu Jiuling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter, She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. She would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai-Chin said that, she had an expression of watching a show. She was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Fang Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent and rise. They are very ambitious. This is a good chance. Firstly, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become Calligraphy Pavilion Lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Xu Jioling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior sister Tai-Chin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt. But soon he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Fang Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out. Thus, the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Fang Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal carefully observed Fang Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Antiseptic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said. River of Time. Boom boom boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh! A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 immortal Gu houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ning Bing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yacht again. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ning Bing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal Gu house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal Gu of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal Gu houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. There was also rank 8 time path Gu immortal Gu Lu Ru inside moment stage. Myriad Year Flying Warship could fight against moment stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal Gu houses were not useless either. Thus, the situation changed. Bai Ning Bing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem, we have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later, Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off. Qin Ding Ling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Ding Ling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long. nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal goo houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Feng Yuan has not shown up yet. But with Feng Jioga's Dao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck. Thus, we, Feng Jing, have the upper hand. But Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him, Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Feng Zheng is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Feng Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Feng Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But in the sky above this black luck, a huge bloodlight luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the bloodlight luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this bloodlight luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal goo house was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this Chi Path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Feng Zheng was shocked. The world changed at once. He was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion. Thankfully, Feng Zheng showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Feng Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Feng Zheng's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house. How could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Feng Zheng. He only followed him secretly and instructed Feng Zheng to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. She wanted to give Feng Zheng some freedom so that it would be easier for Feng Yuan to act against him. But Feng Zheng's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Feng Zheng would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms. The surrounding chi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Feng Zheng saw Duke Long and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Duke Long here, I should be safe. Feng Zheng was no longer fearful. He felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Feng Zheng focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him, Qi Si Ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Feng Zheng could not tell that this was Feng Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Duke Long was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions. It was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qi Si Ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me, You call yourself Qi Si, you are truly arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long cultivates Qi Path before Transformation Path. He is a rare dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea rank 8 old man also cultivates Qi Path, but he offended Lord Duke Long Hehe. Fang Zheng felt a moment of silence for Qi Si ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's deep voice as he shouted, "Speak, you purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent. What is your motive? What's your relationship with that Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Duke Long frowned and retorted, Qi Si ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Fang Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Fang Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Fang Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Duke Long's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the celestial court of their past and present actions, Duke Long could still provide evidence. But accusing the celestial court of their future actions, Duke Long could not refute it, even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Duke Long had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Fang Yuan persuaded this Qi Si ancestor to deal with the celestial court, at some point in the future, the celestial court might really attack Qi Si ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Duke Long sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Duke Long but was obstructed here. Qi Si ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He was deceived by Fang Yuan in the end. This was not only because Fang Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi Path methods. The main reason was that Qi Si ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Duke Long had always thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire celestial court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the sovereign immortal aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Fang Yuan was very good at this. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind, he attacked without hesitation or hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Duke Long to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qi Si ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Fang Yuan was already on guard against Duke Long, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change. This move was just a probe. Now, he found out that this was a Qi Path battlefield, Transformation Path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around, he pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng did not dare to be slow, he quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him. He used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several Qi dragons. The translucent Qi dragons roamed around. Once they found Fang Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Fang Zheng saw that these Qi dragons were over 100 feet long, they were majestic and powerful, they were agile, he praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is that sound? Fang Zheng also heard the loud sound. He quickly raised his head. At the next moment his mouth opened wide, his pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade chi that was over 100 feet long. It was thick and broad. It was like the saber of a god. It slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber chi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Fang Zheng was horrified. Under the massive saber chi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had 1 layer before expanding twice. It was thicker and tougher. It was like 3 Chi Walls had fused together. Boom! The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Even inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng's vision turned dark. He felt dizzy and his ears were bleeding. The Chi Wall collapsed. Most of the blade Chi dissipated. Only some remnant waves were left. They were at the end of their tether. The pavilion of pines and cranes was like a small dinghy, rocking violently in the aftermath. Fang Zheng stabilized the immortal Gu house with much difficulty. His face was pale as he breathed roughly. He was in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still shocked. The sense of security he felt earlier was gone. Duke Long was unharmed, but his expression was solemn. He was no longer as relaxed as before. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in the sky. They were far apart. That blade chi move earlier naturally exposed Fang Yuan's location. Duke Long slowly flew into the sky, saying to Fang Yuan, "What a good blade chi move. Even though it is not exquisite, it is majestic. However, how many times can you activate such a move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. That killer move earlier, because it was too powerful, Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had stored his strength for a long time before using it. This was a good understanding, but Fang Yuan was an exception among exceptions. "Oh, you are talking about this, I just did it casually." Saying so, Fang Yuan stretched out his index finger, pointing at Pine Crane Pavilion. Boom! Just like before, the boundless saber chi gathered and slashed down heavily. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! Another blade chi, grand and majestic, like it was about to split heaven and earth, followed the previous one. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! The third saber chi's weight did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased slightly. Fang Zheng's body froze. He was stunned on the spot. Duke Long was also shocked. The other party used the blade chi killer move so easily. It was as simple as drinking water. But how was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Chi Path Dao marks. It had surpassed 1,000,000. With the amplification of the Chi Path battlefield here, it was reasonable for him to reach this stage. Duke Long had Chi Path Dao marks too, but it was only 30% of Fang Yuan's. Thus, he had to use 3 Chi walls to barely block Fang Yuan's blade Chi. The other party is so strong. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with fierce light. His fighting spirit was ignited. He raised his head and saw that the 3 streaks of saber chi were so overwhelming that they were already closing in. It has been a long time since I had such a challenging battle. Duke Long took a deep breath. At the next moment his overwhelming aura burst out. With a dragon roar, he pounced at the blade chi. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought intensely, but in the underwater dream realm, it was warm and peaceful. "Junior sister, be careful, I have been preparing for this move for a long time." The Dragon Man clone smiled. The yellow eyebrows girl, Tai Chin, smiled. "Senior brother, come at me, I am already prepared." "That's good." The Dragon Man clone waved his hand. The ant swarm flew up, forming a golden river that charged at Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. A group of flying ants flew out from the ground, forming a river that charged at Tai Chin. The 2 ant swarm clashed in midair, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together, there was no damage. The ant swarm converged in midair, becoming one. There was no difference between them. Under the dazzling golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone stared at Tai Qin with a burning gaze. Tai Qin stared back bravely, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes were also filled with unconcealable affection. Junior sister. Senior brother. The two walked towards each other and hugged each other. The ant swarm flew around them happily. After a moment of warmth, it was time to bid farewell. Junior sister, I have to go. Sai, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot disobey my father's orders. I already have a family. It has been hard on you all these years. The Dragon Man clone kissed Tai Qin. Tai Qin shook her head. It has not been hard on me, senior brother. You had no choice but to do this. I did it willingly. I have always been here. You can come anytime. I will be here. By the time the Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of melancholy. Right at this time, in a shadow, a Dragon Man Gu immortal flew out and met with the Dragon Man clone. Brother, when you were not around, your wife met with that Fan Ji secretly again. The Dragon Man Gu immortal reported with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1848. Wait, this is just a dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. What is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat. Instead, he felt a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragon Man Gu immortal who reported them asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man Gu immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented. In addition, the dragon human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried. Especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him, saving his life by chance. They became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed. The time span was huge. Fang Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before. We will act like we don't know anything. This Shu Jiuling was once pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal, Calligraphy Pavilion lady. He became Shu Jiuling's husband. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Shu Jiuling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fan Ji. After some time, Fan Ji also remembered Shu Jiuling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Shu Jiuling could not control herself. She connected with Fan Ji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak, but Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe this is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test? Fang Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth. As a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace, this dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm, after going through such a long series of modifications, The Gu immortals that came out would hate the celestial court, they would favor the Dragon Man race, they might even be like Wu Shuai, they would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process, his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Feng Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal Gu house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Feng Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Feng Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realms test. But later, it became Bai Ningbing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace, he forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal Gu house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongxing also participated in the battle. He was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongxing, but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ningbing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm. Even if she had time, how could she have the ability to do so? But it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ningbing took advantage of it. The Dragon Man clone shook his head. Thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information, he could not deduce the truth. Sigh, the only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Feng Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm. He would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a Dragon General. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord, but he would betray his main body, his personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat, moving up and down in the tsunami. It seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was feeling dizzy inside. His face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a Gu immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Zheng's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight. His dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Qi Si Ancestor, you are such an amazing person, you actually attack the weak, you have no bearing at all. Feng Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war. This is my style. Moreover, I am very curious, who is hiding in this immortal Gu house, to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Fang Zheng did not know that Qi Si Ancestor was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Gue Fang Zheng. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal Gu houses in the previous life, Fang Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, this was Fang Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive. He defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Fang Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's chi flow. Spiraling chi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these chi currents, entering these chi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves, such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Fang Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many people fought for Ma Hong Yun, old ancestor Shui who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different. When Fang Yuan fought him, he thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this Chi Path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these Chi currents and sighed. He found that he could not deal with these Chi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Fang Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your Chi Path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times, they will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining, he was trying to make Fang Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this Reverse Worm Dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents. Evidently, Duke Long treated Chi Si Ancestor as a true enemy. He treated him seriously. The profundity of Mother Chi Insect Dragon was not inferior to unlimited Chi Si. Fang Yuan did not forget that Duke Long still had a Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This Reverse Worm Dragon seems to be created to counter battlefield killer moves. It is already so troublesome to deal with as a worm. If it turns into a dragon, it will be even more terrifying. But so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled proudly and attacked. Blade Chi surged and slashed again. Duke Long was stunned. He clearly saw through the profundity of this move. He should have dodged it. Attacking like this, is he trying to stop me and disrupt my tempo to continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves required timing. Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long the chance, but Duke Long was not discouraged. He dispersed his killer move and retreated with Pine Crane Pavilion. You want to suppress me, but you are helping Reverse Worm Dragon's power, helping it to ascend from a worm to a dragon. You are also giving me a chance. Duke Long's battle intent burned like fire in his heart. He became even more eager. As expected, when the Blade Chi landed on the spiraling Chi currents, a lot of them were absorbed by the Chi currents. The Chi currents expanded rapidly before exploding. More than 10 Chi currents fused into one and turned into a towering divine dragon. Its body was huge and majestic. It almost filled this Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Zheng saw this and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke with a calm voice. This is the transformation from worm to dragon, good power. But it is still not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path Killer Move, Yin Yang Great Killer Move. Rumble. Amidst the sound of air explosions, two huge hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two huge hands could cover the sky. They moved in a mystical path and grabbed the Chi Dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon wailed and struggled with all its might, but the huge hands were like iron hooks. It did not budge at all. Fang Yuan used his hands to control it and pulled with all his might. Boom! The huge dragon was directly torn apart by him. It could not resist at all. Fang Jing's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Fang Yuan moved his fingers as he looked down at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, the warm-up is over." Duke Long had a solemn expression. His dragon eyes shot out intense light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Censure Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the dream realm. Right now, it was Gu Immortal when Xiu's Grotto Heaven, because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world, it was discovered. When Xiu was an extraordinary woman, she was an information path great expert, she had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Censure Peak. A central continent Gu Immortal looked at it and exclaimed, "When Xiu is truly amazing, this Censure Peak was created by a person, it contains abundant information path Dao marks, it is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth." There were other central continent Gu Immortals with Fang Yuan's clone, there were quite a number of them. The Immortals looked at Censure Peak, undeniably, this was the essence of this Grotto Heaven, it was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly, "Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength, I will protect you and stall for time." Fang Yuan clone replied, but suddenly, the surrounding Gu Immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here, if we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Censure Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu Immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts! Fang Yuan clone shouted, his dragon man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom boom boom. The human Gu Immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the Immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu Immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path Gu Immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man Gu Immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu Immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the Censure Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting, and had taken over the Censure Peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the Censure Peak. This fellow! The Dragon Man clone gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. You can't kill him. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, "Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out." His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now, it is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned, he had a ruthless expression, his gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply, "Brother, you are right. We cannot kill this person, if we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon-human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire dragon-man race because of my personal feelings?" At the same time, in immemorial white heaven. "It should be here." Shen Songsheng frowned, after looking around the empty sky for a while, his brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Qiyuan, who smiled when he heard this. "I really admire Brother Shin's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together." Shen Songsheng nodded, "Of course. I want to see why this Pine Crane Pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here." These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fang Jing had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, what is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shen Songsheng also found that there seemed to be a Gu immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals followed them from afar. Using Shen Songsheng's investigative methods, they did not deviate from their path. But because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Qi Path battlefield. But Shen Songsheng had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an immortal path battlefield here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan were actually attracted here? Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside. Against Duke Long, he had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now, he had to split his attention to deal with Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble. The Qi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Qi Path battlefield from the outside? This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted, his attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Qi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Qi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Qi Si ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness, but you do not know that your Qi Path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move, the Qi Dragon Sword to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Qi Dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Qi Path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Qi Path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him, he slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped chi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fang Jing away, attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Chi Path battlefield were Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s, they were different from him, but Qi Sea Ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fang Jing first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long? They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity, their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous, he was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master, he had high seniority. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Gu immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought, this is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friends plan and helped Central Continent Heavenly Court instead. Song Qiyuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus, he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast, he soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes. What exactly is inside the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans, we can take down this immortal Gu house to express our sincerity. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing moved, they quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me, I am a reserve member of Celestial Court, I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guyue Fangjing, Fang Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fang Jing had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted, saving his life was the priority. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing stopped in time, they looked at this tiny rank 6 Gu immortal in shock. Fang Jing barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan, they value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources or even immortal Gu from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shen Songxing waved his hand and knocked out Fang Jing. He looked at Song Qiyuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Qiyuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely. But that Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal was defending for too long, he exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fang Jing, he immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do we do? Go and reinforce him? Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter, they were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, the two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fang Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move, steal life. Duke Long was stunned, he was hit by the killer move steal life. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing looked at each other, they could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, He was not in the right state, he floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fang Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fang Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, Steal Life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Gu to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Qin Yi, and Feng Jioga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Fang Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fang Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you." "Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, my lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Gu immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed." "So that's it?" Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long, but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future." Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steal Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's interference. Duke Long knew this was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change as well as Fang Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steal Life and the Immortal Gu. Because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times, he knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Gu immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time. Because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield, Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steal Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me in the earlier fight. He was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, Isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world, I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me." Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi Si ancestor. But he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that was in the previous life, in the River of Time, it is in the lower reaches, it has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Celestial Court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying all ways to restore fate? You actually want to change the future, aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate gu that protects humanity. Qi Si ancestor, there is no conflict between us, we can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you, we will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the two Eastern Sea rank 8 gu immortals' expressions changed. Shen Zongxing cursed internally, Song Qiyuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi Si ancestor who could fight against Duke Long without losing, they were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its gu immortals were not united, they had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming, the regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the 5 regions were merging into one, it was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Zongxing were both first supreme elders, they were rank 8 gu immortals, they had been in high positions for many years, they could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Si ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Si ancestor had incredible battle strength, he was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had not shown himself for so many years, it showed that he had no ambitions, he was alone, he could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local super forces. Finally, Qi Si ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years, why would Eastern Sea's super forces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Fang Yuan pretended to be dazed, he stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right, Qi Si, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things, he had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind, he was very capable. Shen Zongxing could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Qiyuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force, the so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions, they are only trying to stabilize the situation, Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans, we are filled with regret now. Shen Zongxing added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path, you are not skilled in Information Path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Qiyuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. How could Fang Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea immortals were even more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, with just a thought, he understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But, Qi Si, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Fang Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary Wisdom Path Gu immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Qi Si ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi Si ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect, How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi Si ancestor. At Qi Si ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number 1 human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired, under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Fang Yuan smiled internally. These 2 Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the 2 Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Zongxing and Song Qiyuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage, it was about benefits. Qi Ju ancestors' position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shen Zongxing smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long, you don't allow us to speak? Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qiyuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi Si, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years, you have such strength, it is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these 2 were the ones who ruined your Qi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer. But no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Qiyuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi Si earlier, now you want to recruit him, who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi Si is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi Si is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Zongxing said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Zongxing in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Zongxing were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qi Si ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shen Zongxing opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Zongxing was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, The Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped, "Good attitude, Duke Long, you are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper?" Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, "This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone. Thinking that your Celestial Court is the King of Heaven, #1 in the world, everyone should submit to you." Once he said this, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting, but now, it was the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Shen clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, "If we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool." His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them, he faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose, their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. "How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi Path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants." Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme, thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my Celestial Court? Qi Si, if you join Celestial Court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture, you can keep it. Forget it, let's not talk about you joining Celestial Court, I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my Celestial Court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world, as well as Qi Path inheritances. They are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, "Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Gue Fangjing earlier and soul-searched him. We obtained a lot of information." That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, "I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan." Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing. Because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion, Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shun Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Fang Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them. Because they were not strong, even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Si ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move Triple Qi Retraction, but did Qi Si ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Si ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Fang Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Si ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Si ancestor would be something that Fang Yuan would like to see. This might even be Fang Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Qi Si ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, "Next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable." Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, "No matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action, you just need to watch from the sidelines." Are you serious? Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. Of course. Duke Long said straightforwardly, "Senior Qi Si." The two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance? The two Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask what true inheritance it is? Spectral soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan said straightforwardly, if you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you. Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. I believe you. At the same time, he thought, this demon Feng Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral soul has already been captured by my celestial court. In time, it will not be a problem to find spectral soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Feng Yuan, thus, he took it out for a transaction. But Qi Si ancestor did not have a captive like spectral soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Feng Yuan continued, Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. To speak the truth, I respect primordial origin immortal venerable the most in my life. Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think, this old man is truly crafty. He said he respected primordial origin immortal venerable the most. But why was his moves so ruthless earlier? He even used steel life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Qi path. It is reasonable for him to covet primordial origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of primordial origin's true inheritance is the celestial quartz grotto heaven. The other contents are actually very rare, and because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Feng Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. That means, I cannot take out primordial origin's true inheritance? What can the celestial court take out? Star constellation's true inheritance or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of what it was beneficial to Feng Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Feng Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, these things can be discussed. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation. In order to win over Qi Si ancestor, he actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shen family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the celestial court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Qi Si ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shen family and the Song family were dispirited. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Feng Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. Brother, you're so particular. Feng Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Feng Yuan naturally would not forget these two. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Qi Si ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine. As long as Qi Si ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently, it was a good sign. But Gue Fangzheng is in Shin Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Feng Yuan as he thought. Feng Yuan was also thinking about Gue Fangzheng. Earlier, the two Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Gue Fangzheng, but Feng Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Feng Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the celestial court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's celestial court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Feng Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the celestial court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioge. Although this was not a mistake, since Feng Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fang Zheng, but since the celestial court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then and this was now. Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life, he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Qi Si ancestor has great strength in the entire world. Only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi Si ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Gue Fangzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered. Regarding the ownership of Censure Peak, are we really going to give it to that Fan Ji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic, but these two are not helping us. They are not pressuring us. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Antiseptic's final disciple. Now that I am being wronged, this master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law. And Fan Ji is the one who harmed her daughter, yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is Father's fault. Back then, Father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why, Father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of Ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we Dragon Men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable, and our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an immortal Gu house to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu house? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 immortal Gu house, the resources needed are too vast. We cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an immortal Gu house, won't these people be furious? Father. Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, are we not going to build an immortal Gu house just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an immortal Gu house and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 immortal Gu house. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Sigh, all these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment. He argued, no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, ordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 Immortal Gu house? Ha, my son, I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream Realm after Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him, but the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's Dream Realm was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. His Master Green Antiseptic was unreliable. His Calligraphy Pavilion Lord was also unreliable. Even his father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's weakness was exposed in front of him. He was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger. He put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent. Coupled with his hard work and connections, not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the Draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the Draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive. He had great foresight and had a strong personality. He did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Gu Immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly. He did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. However, good times did not last long. The Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans. They started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human Gu Immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human Gu Immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. Dragon Man Gu Immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A Dragon Man Gu Immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon nature. It was shaped like a white dragon. Its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another Dragon Man Gu Immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression. He only nodded. There were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle. He showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground. He held a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already very difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were also human Gu Immortals participating in this grand banquet. Shao Qi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good, 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 Shao Qi. Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present, among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements, but you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that South Flower Island to them, little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled. He forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this South Flower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. South Flower Island was originally Wind Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to South Flower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath. He was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions. I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition. Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human goo immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. Do you know why I love Shaoqi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful, he is kind from the bottom of his heart, there is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now. Duke Long said sternly. Grandfather, if not for these human goo immortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human, Dragon Man are humans to begin with? How can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead? What is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, you are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me, they just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man. It is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this. Is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest. We dragon men are inferior races. But humans are the spirit of all living beings, but we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path down marks. Our physique far surpasses humans. If not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough. Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men, but why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return South Flower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Sigh. My descendants have all grown up, they have their own thoughts now. But they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood, and I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wu Shuai. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island, but Wu Shuai could not persuade them. He was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man Gu immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark. Relying on these people's help, and because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wu Shuai managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wu Shuai was very busy. His methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take South Flower Island because he needed a secret place to build the immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though these years, all the sects have been suppressing and sealing South Flower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Gu immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai smiled. In a few hundred years, I might even have a rank 8 immortal Gu house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Gu immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court? Wu Shuai's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Haha, what is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court, it is in opposition to it. Hee. Wu Shuai snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that, after all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake. You shall lose. Song Tao Zi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree. Layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked, as if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course. Song Tao Zi is a top rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. So what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet. He divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man tribe managed South Flower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu immortals were gloating. Tai Qin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai, most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man Gu immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it, shock the world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man Gu immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen such an immortal Gu house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Tao Zi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Tao Zi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Tao Zi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously, don't even think about it. You are a dragon man, you dare to insult me? He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Tao Zi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the Dragon Court to directly crush it. Song Tao Zi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Tao Zi is dead. He actually killed Song Tao Zi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A Dragon Man Gu immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, shut up. My battle with Song Tao Zi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death. At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. Congratulations, brother. You succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it. Brother. Huang Wei choked. Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you. Tai Qin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for your concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about. Thus, he said loudly, I fought with Song Tao Zi in this battle. Heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Tao Zi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections? For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Tao Zi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island. But for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, "Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat." Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal Gu Liang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Tao Zi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast. A male Gu immortal wearing a large robe walked up. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboy suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Shu Jiuling, my son-in-law congratulates you on your victory. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. Lord Tai Shui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat. Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event. At least on the surface, Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Shu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Ant Ascetic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master, but in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. My disciple, I am here to see you. Green Ant Ascetic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented, you are quite spirited. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Shu Jiuling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but her meaning was deep. Shu Jiuling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. He was still so polite like when they first met. Shu Jiuling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, go ahead and do your work. Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Qin. Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come. How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you. Tai Qin smiled brightly. The two were intimate for a while before Tai Qin said worriedly, Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7. How can they let this go? Of course they won't let it go, but what can they do? Wu Shuai smiled coldly, looking at the cold moon in the sky. He sighed, Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation, I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me. Because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me. Senior brother? Tai Qin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Qin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Qin's forehead, saying with anticipation, "Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status." "I do not need a status, senior brother. I am satisfied staying with you." "But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees." "Will there really be such a day?" Tai Qin's face flushed red. "There will be." Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. "There will be. Believe me." Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor. Using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. Then he wanted to attack Shu Jiuling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Shu Jiuling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man's supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only Dragon Empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the Island Lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Taoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Gu Liang, This is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Taoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and even the celestial court that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time. Wasn't the rise of the celestial court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly, now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, my decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand, the upper hand. Gu Liang said, I have a plan that can resolve your worries. What is it? Quickly tell me, there is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale. Especially you and South Flower Island, you are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Wu Shuai, you have been leading South Flower Island all these years, you have a heavy responsibility. You know yourself and the significance of South Flower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries, you have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked. Senior? Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that, I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion had tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friend's help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was the tribulation. But because in the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy Fate Gu. With star constellations Dao fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though star constellations Dao fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is about balance, but now humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu Immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s, Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day, your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, the rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source. The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean, that red lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said, we need to borrow Red Lotus' strength? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the Heavenly Dao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court, that was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless Dragon Men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal goo house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine." Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He answered, "I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing." That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things? Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded, "Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But, you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me? The person who trusts and respects me the most?" Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. "I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so?" Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed and his eyes turned red. "Huang Wei knows me and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself." Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. "This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh friend, you need to understand, even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this." Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice, "I did not do this, brother knows me well, I would never do this." Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The dragon men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some dragon men even started to move out of South Flower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years, I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. "Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful. Those human Gu immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now. They want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race. I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die. Please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you." Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly, "Huang Wei, You took bribes and perverted the law, you intentionally killed someone, you still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sigh, I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me, I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling, his voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore, he turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back, Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of Gu immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night, he had a dream. In the dream he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, Brother, you put in so much effort, I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame, I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder, Brother, it is good that you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately, he opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos, their morale fell to rock bottom, the Dragon Men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity, he reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal, it could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, Little 8, it is good that you have such an intention, I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path, they are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth. Wu Shuai sighed, Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young, I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance, I will not disappoint you. Duke Long laughed heartily, Then let's do it this way, you and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai was overjoyed, Thank you, Grandfather. A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information. Wu Shuai worked even harder, he went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now, they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings, he tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, he called for Wu Shuai before he died. I came into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I obtained Fate Gu's revelation, our Dragon Man reigns supreme, Dragon Man reigns supreme. Wu Shuai's father was very excited, he grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. What? Wu Shuai was greatly shocked, he was tongue-tied. What in the world is going on? Father. His father explained the situation in detail. I had a fortuitous encounter, Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash and used this reason to escape from the celestial court and come here. Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it. Wu Shuai's father's eyes shined brightly. Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu immortals will be. Father, rest well, I will do it now. Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. Wu Shuai, you did not gather the dragon men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the celestial court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the dragon man race. But if we continue to hide it from the celestial court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the celestial court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon men reign supreme might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race. Gu Liang thought about it before denying. This possibility is very small. Because according to your father, he was able to interact with Fate Gu because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious. Oh friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in Fate Gu? Isn't your father's situation similar to this? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court Gu immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper, his body shook, he almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of dragon men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire dragon man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Gu immortals had no clues. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life. Senior brother, I am sorry for your loss." Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him. Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know, junior sister?" After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragonman race, leading the Dragonman race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragonmen live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, "My son, you really did it. You're my pride. And I live happily with you, with many children, laughing and fooling around." At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed, "But now, I only have you left. My junior sister." Tai Qin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the dragon men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him, "Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the celestial court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the celestial court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain?" Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. "Thank you for your guidance, otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake." Gu Liang nodded and smiled. "These last days, you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue." "But Fate Gu's prophecy, that dragon men reign supreme, is that true?" Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious, you just need to wait patiently, you can slowly test it." "You mean?" Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. "That's right. If dragon men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall, but when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know Yu Ji, he was the Tao guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy but did not die. Instead, he stole Fate Gu. Why did my father?" Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, "I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once become one with the Tao? From then on, her will interfered with Providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune. But he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death." Gu Liang continued to console. "Your father revealed this secret to you, O Wu Shuai. You might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like Primordial Origin. So you cannot be discouraged, you cannot give up, you need to work hard." Wu Shuai shook his head. "How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables." Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression, "It is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables, but the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables." Wu Shuai found it strange. "Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings?" Gu Liang smiled coldly. He, "I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor, Duke Long, should know better. He was such an example. Back then, he had incredible strength but could not advance to rank 9, that was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret, Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded, Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though fate Gu is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you, or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate to reassure the celestial court. The Dragon Man race and many Dragon Man Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, Continue to work hard, I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child. He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized, was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he had a dream. He saw Huang Wei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big. Not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood, heaven's will had started long ago, it was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragon Man force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Gu Liang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8, Dream Token. This is a Dream Path Gu. It is truly suitable for the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to South Flower Island. Tai Chin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed, beside Tai Chin. He looked at the weak Tai Chin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. What do you think we should name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Long Ling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Chi nodded. Long Ling, that is a good name. His son, Long Ling, was born. Wu Shuai was very happy, but at the same time he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin left by my side. Now, I have my son. I want to give Tai Chin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting Dream Path immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token immortal goo was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token immortal goo finally reached the final juncture. Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Chin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of Dream Token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow. His face was pale. He could not accept such a revelation. For a few days he was in a daze. He roamed around immemorial white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast and was nearly killed by it, did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled. He could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way. There must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while and decided to return to Zhongzhou State first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil. The conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card that was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate, no one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago. He only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai howled at the sky. He had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about Dream Token Immortal Goo. The final step of refining Dream Token Immortal Goo was to get Tai Chin to sacrifice herself. The dream realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream. in the darkness of the night, he cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Chin. Tai Chin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something, she opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. "What is it?" Tai Chin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back, he hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Chin the truth. Tai Chin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. "So that's it, my senior brother. I love you, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal, but in this life, other than you, I have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me, nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you, I will use my life, my dignity, I will use everything I have to promise you." Wu Shuai cried, he was extremely sorrowful. Dream Token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 dragon palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside. He often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Chin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the immortal Gu house itself. His and Tai Chin's child grew up. He would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time, he would squat down and embrace his son, Long Ling, in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted Green Ant Ascetic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Shu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now, Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. He could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The Dream Realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father and heaven's will was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, "I object." Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline, the 7th young master that Ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, "8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, To deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men, you want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine Agu. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? Ha! The seventh young master laughed maniacally, tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed, it is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our dragon man race, but what you brought to our dragon man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on the dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The Dragon Man clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. But I am no longer me. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left, the will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master. The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible. Tai Qin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down. Wu Shuai raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt. But he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Feng Yuan. Eastern Sea's 2 rank 8s, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Feng Yuan with a large amount of Qi path cultivation resources, more importantly, he gave primordial origin immortal venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Feng Yuan's Qi Sea ancestors stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Feng Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. Feng Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today? Feng Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Fang Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the two Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Fang Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier, it was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly, "If that is the case, then one problem is resolved." The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place and went deep into the sea, but Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The two Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Fang Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Fang Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity." If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again. Fang Yuan looked like he was watching a good show and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson, Little 8, built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way, he would have Duke Long, who had Dragon Man Extermination, as his trump card. If Fang Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragon Man or have Dragon Man subordinates. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragon Man. But even so, I can use Dragon Man Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least, I eased the relationship between Qi Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Qi Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Sigh. Fang Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter. As the counter to Fang Yuan, Fang Jing needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Songxing. Guyue Fang Jing was in Shen Songxing's hands. Shen Songxing was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and the Celestial Court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shen Songxing was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guyue Fang Jing away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fang Jing. Fang Jing was not of much use to him. Shen Songxing was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the Celestial Court. He had personally seen how rich Celestial Court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shen Songxing and snatched Fang Jing, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shen Songxing, asking intentionally. Shen Songxing heard that Qi Si Ancestor was interested in Fang Jing. He quickly replied, "I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fang Jing. I know about his recent experiences." From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shen Songxing. Even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters him, I might as well make Fang Zheng stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shen Songxing to detain Fang Zheng himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fang Zheng was in Shen Songxing's hands and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shen Songxing replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion. While replying, he said to Duke Long, if Celestial Court wants to redeem Guiyue Fangzheng, they just need to give him a venerable true inheritance. Ha! Duke Long laughed loudly. Oh Shen Songxing, you are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a venerable true inheritance with a captive, won't Qi Si become a joke? Shen Songxing, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first? Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shen Songxing felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi Si Ancestor and even use Qi Si Ancestor to lower the price. But through soul-searching, Shen Songxing understood Fang Zheng's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Zheng is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity. Shen Songxing was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while but could not come to an agreement. Shen Songxing's asking price was very high, while Guiyue Fangzheng was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more importance Celestial Court placed on Fangzheng, the more it meant that Fangzheng could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shen Songxing, in my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court. Shen Songxing had an idea. He replied, Senior Qi Si Ancestor, I would rather trade Fangzheng to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fangzheng. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fangzheng. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court? Shen Songxing was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic paths Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court, even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shen Songxing, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi Si Ancestor and Shen Songxing were both Eastern Sigu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He blurted out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about it? Those resources from before, along with this information. Shen Songxing agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qiyuan's heart stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Guyue Fangzheng was handed back to Duke Long by Shen Songsheng on the spot. Fangzheng had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay, he could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.